emoji. My shit may not be age appropriate, but I will hit an 8-year-old in the face with a participation trophy. Plus I have zero doubts that this whole world's about to turn into some Girl Scouts. That censorship girls out. So when I started this verse, it did start off lighthearted at first, but it feels like I'm targeted. Mind-boggling how my profit is skyrocketed. Look what I pocketed. Yeah, the shit is just like y'all have been, like jogging in. I've been running at full speed, and that's why I'm ahead like my noggin. I'm the fight y'all get in when you debate who the best, but I'm some white chalk, and when I step up to that mic, cock it then. Oh my God, attention, not again. Abracadabra. And for my last trick, I'm about to reach in my back, bro. Like abracadabra. And for my last trick, just like that, and I'm back, bro. Break it down. Sometimes I wonder what the old me say. If what? If he could see the way shit is today, he'd probably say that everything is gay. What's my name? What's my name? So how many little kids still wanna act like me? I'm a bigger prick than cacti bee, and that's why these words sting just like you were being attacked by bees in the coop, leaning back my seat. Open R. Kelly's favorite group, the black guy peas. In my Air Max 90s, white tees, walking parental advisory. My transgender cat Siamese identifies as black but acts Chinese. Like a motherfucking hacky sack got treat the whole world cause I got it at my feet. Can I explain to you that even myself I'm a danger to? I hop on tracks like a kangaroo and say a few things that do to anger you. But fuck that, if I think that shit, I'ma say that shit. Cancel me, what? Okay, that's it. Go ahead, Paul. Quit, snake ass prick, you male cross-dresser, fake ass bitch. And I'll probably get shit for that. But you can all suck my dick. In fact, fuck them, fuck Dre, fuck Jimmy, fuck me, fuck you. Fuck my own kids, the brat. Fuck them. Think it's screw off. Them and you are. You too, Paul. Got two balls. Biggest root balls. What you thought you saw ain't what you saw. Cause you're never gonna see me caught sleeping and see the kidnapping. Never did happen. Like Sherry Papini, Harry Houdini. I vanish into the thin air as I'm leaving like abracadabra. And for my last trick, I'm about to reach in my back, bro. Like abracadabra. And for my last trick, just like that, and I'm back, bro.
Smoking trees, I'm riding around. Come to my side of town. Lately it's been going.
All of my niggas gon' ride with it in the pocket to rock it like Kelly Mom. Mama told me the power was in the tongue, but it probably ain't powerful as a gun. All of you little cowards get devoured. I'm giving out flowers to anyone. I ain't been out the house in a minute, cause I ain't with it if the money is miniature. I've been minding my business, I'm business minded. I've been spending some time with the minister, cause them niggas spinning shit and still sinning in the city of God and the sinister. Try to pray and repent in a synagogue or a mosque, a temple, a church. Them brown skin cinnamon niggas hurting and murders.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Give me a second, we're setting down wet pallet stuff. Howdy, y'all. Y'all ready to paint some fat boys? By fat boy, I don't mean me. I mean, you know, Skittles. We're painting Skittles now. Here's where we left off last week. To get you a camera all sorted. I am running behind. I nicked myself. Actually, I burnt myself. And scab peeled off. Had to do a little surgery. Rub some dirt on it and all that, you know. That's right. I had a plan, and my plan got shot in the foot. It happens. Orval, I assume you're here, so do the announcement, please. Tectonic is on sale. Fuck y'all, I'm playing video games. No. We're going to finish this bad boy off today. Get under here. This is what we're looking at. It's both candy and crud all in one shot. Obviously, the crud. Let's see here. I've got my base. I just got done running 3D print so it matches his army. How's the music? Apparently my desktop speakers in part of my double PC crash yesterday, apparently they no longer get read by multiple ports on my machine, so RIP speakers. Yay. Happy to have another thing broken. I restarted twice and no luck. Yesterday, or not yesterday, yeah, yesterday we built up some of the Space Marine Hero pieces. Those will probably be. I'll talk to the owner. We're gonna start working on some salamanders again. Obviously, I got a lot to build. There's 2 Leviathan boxes plus some extra for it. Announcement up. Music is fine. Yeah. Gotcha. Appreciate you. Let's see here. We're gonna glove up. Need to get some stuff sorted. The last thing we ended on, we were running around with Middlestone, kind of doing some of the oils around his leg. I'm gonna mix in some Middlestone with some kind of creme de la creme color, bring that color up, and then maybe I'll look at it with some bright yellow green mixed in, which there's still some bottle up here, and then ultimately that's gonna go too green because it's already really grayed out. Oh yeah, I wish this camera would keep this setting here.
Final shot, right between the eyes, also known as the kill shot.
So far, I've got the arms all magnetized. In hindsight, I should have magnetized the head, but I failed to realize that was a thing I should or could do. That way he could play it as what's the AOS version, or the one with the big hooded head? It's got a little different weapon setup. That would have added more hands to paint too, so, more options, more problems. So we'll take our Middlestone and mix it in with some khaki to brighten up as we're working up the model, some of these boils. So there's a pretty clean line right around like his jelly roll here.
Maybe a little Debbie, like a snack cake. But if this is what he do to his mom, imagine what he do to you. I'm a lunatic arm.
This piece does need to be complete this evening, early morning. No, I'm not going to go and put 20 hours into it and paint all day overnight, but we're a dozen to 15 hours in by the time we've done all the modeling to get the magnets and stuff. I'm really happy with where he is looking and the skin tones are looking. A lot of what we got going on today is going to be sorting out magnetized weapon options that we did. I like working here. Here in Texas, some of the way the tournament circuit has been running, because they've been trying to push people for higher paint score, I do want to include a bit of OSL. It gets tricky because, like, if I put this on here, I can't really do a glow back onto his body, because if you take this off of here and then you go to the other weapon option, which would be over here, then I would have to make sure how this piece connects on. Oh, it's actually going to be this. So how all this piece connects for the flail, the light source would be slightly lower off these burning things. And I did want to do a more traditional, like, neon green flame for these. But then for this, I was thinking like some kind of like some blue glowing. I'm mixing words, making stuff up here today. Same thing on like the big great sword. I want to have some kind of glowy stuff out here. So we'll block in some metallics, and then I'll punch in some stuff, and then we'll figure out the skull type situation. We're going to use white oil, which is new for me. It's going to increase our dry time a touch, because normally I would do it with white ink, but I've been wanting to play around with white oil. So we'll be working on that a little bit this afternoon. Work on chilling out from that hot ass shower I just had, trying to get my sinuses all blown out. Let me grab my base. We're gonna first start off, as both streams do, we're starting off with a little bit of airbrush action. We're gonna get the base primed.
So whether you friend or you are foe, far as bars go, even fucking retards know that as far as smoke with me, I don't think it'd be smart. So might as well go looking for smoke with Lamar, bro. But Marshall, you're getting more perverse every time you.
So he's on a 130, and this is the G-Dub 130 versus my print. A touch thicker, which is fine. This whole army, we've done these runic style bases. Because he's so giant, we don't have to work too much. Actually, he takes up less space on here than I thought, so that's cool. We'll do a 4-color thing on here, like the larger bases. I've always done 4 colors. So I need to prime this black, and then I will run through white, and then we'll brush across the top like a stone type look. And then after that, I come back with an airbrush spray in fluorescent inks, and we'll make a 4-color combo. One kind of representative in each of the gods. So like a blue, a green, a red, and then probably purple. Like that's the kind of the closest, I think, towards like Slanesh. Don't really want to tie in a whole bunch of pink. I could do a bright pink. We'll see. We'll work the process. Alright, like I said, we'll get some air going and we're off. Hope everybody's been having a great day. We're dog sitting. And by dog sitting, I mean we have our 4 dogs. Friend who's staying in a hotel locally. She brought her 2 dogs. I've dubbed them Team Yap. Dropped off about 2 a.m. 2 hours deep into your grind today. 0 drop. Feels bad? You got this, brother. You got a drop coming in like the next 10 runs, but it's completely useless to you. But you'll feel good because it's good for something else. I did, so after that last crash last night, I was playing Torchlight Infinite. I got probably another 8 or 10 runs in, and that new build, Brad had got me some gear from the auction house. 5 left on the log of 25, no good. Good chance to get time for the dupe, right? Exposed just yet. Is there anyone new here learning to do stuff, or is the few people in chat already? Are y'all like the usuals? Yep, what's about to go down? Just had a total of 8 dupes. One you needed, about 100 runs late. Wow. Hey. Welcome back, brother. How are you? Who's in chat today? Looks like... Hey, Sleep. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing good. So, per usual, anybody... Y'all can tell me shut up, we know this, but just kind of the process from a beginning to end type bit a little bit here. First things first, a little bit of flow improver just to kind of slick up the needle. Just kind of go and hit that. One thing I'm bad about, I need to check. I'm really good about pulling my back of my needle so I don't bend it or get it stuck while it sets. Sometimes it sits days. Get a good flow. Go on here, go there. We're done with the flow improver. That's all the flow improver need. This base here doesn't take a whole bunch of primer. I'll end up dumping some of that back. Backflow, good flow. Here we go. And it is just the base. There's a lot of weird edges on here, so I'll work it from angles. Those things, they're offset. These rune bases, those offset are about 2 meters. 2 millimeters. About 2 millimeters deep. So you can see, kind of creates its own Neanderthal type deal. Alright, so I'll shut up so it doesn't get picked up. By the way, anybody was curious, yes, Eminem had a new album out. That was what we kind of started with. There's a few songs. I obviously got old enough. I remember when he came around. So him with a new album now. Kind of cool. A little throwback. He addresses it in his album about cancellation and shit like that, and some of the words he uses and the way he speaks. He acknowledges. It's an interesting kind of like a self-introspection into his own ways. Like there's like apology song for his daughter, which is kind of sassy. But it's got Jelly Roll, which is I'm not a rap person, but Eminem's always kind of struck a chord. You can say, oh, it's because he's white, but it's just like lyrically, he just stood out over the years. I can't say I've always been a fan, but it's like there's always been some hits, right? When someone puts out, what, 10, 12 albums, gives you 100 plus songs, it doesn't matter if it's Garth Brooks or something that you absolutely dislike style of music. Something's with you and like, oh, that's not bad. Unless it's my Screamo shit. If you don't like any of that stuff, perfectly understand. You just hate it. For the style. Okay, like I said, we got a little bit left in there. Got no problem recycling a little bit of primer. So in the past, I used to do, I used to just blow into here, but more and more, trying not to have to get up all the time and screw around with the paint water, I have dedicated my trash can off the side here as a bio waste. So, I kind of power wash the pot. I'm going to backflow it over the trash can. And then dump. We've got a pretty clean cup right now, but I know I'm about to go into some white. So I want to have it really kind of done up. That primer, it does dry quickly. There will be a bit of scuzz that's kind of dried, so give it a light toothbrushing. Don't cram this down in there because you don't want to pack any of that scuzz floating around there. We're not going to spray this. All we're going to do is backflow into the trash and dump that stuff. And by power wash, I literally mean we're going to do like that over the trash can really hard. And I'll do it 3 or 4 times so I feel like I've got all the crud blown out. Just kind of a little bit of my 1, 2, 3 process of, you know, people ask, how do you switch colors, you know, without doing a full clean? I don't. So I just backflowed, sprayed a little bit. A lot of times I'll come in here and light, give a little soft backflow, look for some, you know, some floaters. Some colors are easier to see than others. There's none in there. Obviously, you know, spray on there. Those of you guys that come around, you guys are going to see this infinite amount of times as we stream, because as much as this is a fun place for me to just do work and BS with people, if I can teach anybody anything, those of y'all that know me know I love teaching people, and if I can pass on a little bit of what I've learned over the years of this and help y'all with your paint, if I can save you 20 minutes between colors over a 1 hour paint session, brilliant. So from here, I would call that clean, especially for what we're about to do. We're going to go give this base a blowjob under the desk, and then we're going to break out some white. Using the hair dryer. Now I could have probably just went into straight paint, and in the past I have white primer in the garage. It's very fucking humid today. Like we're getting rain tomorrow, almost certain we're getting rain tomorrow. So it's safe to say, if I used the propellant base from a rattle can, I might be waiting 20-30 minutes to dry before I could spray on the next one. But with water-based stuff, boom, we're ready to go, and we're 18 minutes into the stream, and I spent the first 10 to 8 minutes fucking off. Give me my weight. Bold titanium white's what we're rocking right now. This is a good time if you want. You can, if you feel like you did a hard rinse, you can get a, you know, go back into your flow improver. I do want really good coverage, so I'm not going to thin this at all. Yes, Pro Acrylic paints you can thin and spray. You don't have to. Especially I'm on this fire hose of an airbrush. This is a 0.5 needle. I'm just going to hit it straight. Mostly for this, we're just trying to make sure we got all the inner room areas packed in. Naturally, we all know black plus white makes what? Gray. So we'll do a second coat of this. And you can already see in the middle, it's pretty blown out and whatever. So look. But this is now specific to the space type. And just to make sure we get proper coverage, I changed my paint spray directions. Just a good 180. So we're not looking at the surface, we're looking down in between the grooves where we want our saturation. But I think I'm fine. Well, even in the middle, I don't really care too much about it. It's mostly about the outside. We need to hit those angles because I am going to leave these ledges. Okay. Rabbit has been fed. He is happy. Good. Fatten him up. Dinner. Christmas dinner, right? Is his name Saint Nick? Torvald, you know I'm going to give you shit about owning a rabbit. For, you know, I guess if you want to eat dogs and give me dog jokes, that's fine. I do have a cat now. So, you'll remember 2 years ago, my wife found a little pit bull puppy down the road shortly after Christmas. And we ended up with Angron. His name is Main Course. So we got a kitten earlier this year. She's probably 7-8 months old now. Celestine. It's her name. My wife is letting me name our animals Warhammer characters. Yeah. We have Angron and Celestine. We call her Cece. Yes. She doesn't. She likes the model. She likes the paint. There's some models like this thing here. She'll be like, "Ew, that's fucking gross." But there's some other stuff. She's like, "Oh, it's pretty," and nothing like your hardcore ultramarine being called pretty. She's looking at it just as purely color. Girls, oh, so silly. So now with a proper cleanup here, because I'm not gonna mess with this until I'm ready to do my inks. And you can see there's like a little leftover on the needle, which we'll deal with here in a minute. So I'm doing the same process, just kind of backflowing until it's clean. I can still see it's a little milky inside there. And I do know I'm going to go right back into this, so we're not going to get a full hard clean. The one thing, I know it sounds weird. I really like using these sanding sticks, and you've got like a 400 grit and a 200 grit, maybe a 240 on there. And it's about all I use this for. It's just to knock grit and debris off of this. I've heard of people running airbrush needles up to like 3,000 grit needles, but that's a whole different deal. They're probably doing like motorcycles or all kinds of stuff like that. You would legit get a cute pet and call it Roboot. I mean, I threw a bunch of names at her. You know, like looking through Warhammer and AOS type lore and trying to find female names that are semi-cutesy. I think Celestine was, and I've actually painted the St. Celestine model probably like 6 or 8 years ago. I was like, ooh, how about this? And I showed her the deal, and she was like, oh, that's a cool model. I was like, well, it's called St. Celestine. And I was like, she looks all angelic stuff. I was like, she's a badass bitch. And she was like, well, I like the name Celestine. And I threw about 6 or 8 other names there, and she's like, nope, we're staying with Celestine. We'll call her Cece. Like, okay. So we have Cece the cat now. We have Angron and Cece. I did throw out some name changes for our other 2 dogs, which are Bella and Pearl. And we're like, no, you're not going to change the names of our existing dogs. Pearl would probably not understand and do well with it. Bella, I mean, you can literally be like, hey, and she'll come to you. Bella doesn't care. She comes to any loud, friendliest, happiest type noise. You call Pearl, Bella comes. You call Angron, Bella comes. You call Celestine, Bella comes. It doesn't matter. That dog comes. She's the attention whore. All the other dogs we have are food mongers. Like, pick up a dog treat, you have full attention. Throw a dog treat at Bella, hit her in the face. Oh, you want to pet me? It'll bounce off. Oh, I'll go back. Oh, you're not petting me? I guess I'll grab that. She's that kind of dog. It is what it is. Okay. So we have this base all colored in. Now we're gonna do. Where's my blue? So I use this intermediate blue. Is what I've always used. Then we'll run like a light dry brush of the bright neutral gray on top of it. Now we just kind of got to block in all the stuff. RuneScape boss. I'm yet to beat Fosani. Love that name. Could never forget Fosani. I mean, by calling it pho, which is usually a mispronunciation of Asian dishes of pho, is it Fosani or Fosani? Either way, you're turning your cat into food. That's what I'm getting out of this. Trying to get some stuff, wire out of my way. Infinite wires here. I can't wait to port this shit one day. Yeah, it'll be next spring when I kick my paint test. Oh, Sonny. I don't know how well you hear the music, but I love this song. It's just fucking banging in all the good ways. And I don't even understand it. It's in German. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. You know, where's Merlot? He's my my German translator, bro. I need to slightly adjust the camera back towards me. Give me a second here. Piece here. Did notice after the last couple of times I streamed, since I flipped the camera, because I'm working out here so much more, like between my shoulder blades gets really tight and agitated. You're a metalhead, that's right. Been listening to a lot of Samurai recently. Oh yeah, no, like this. Yeah, dude, I love this shit. But it's got some good clean vocals in there. Like I said, it's in German, so I don't need to know what else is. So we could save a bit of time by throwing this fat ass on here and looking at how he sets. And it looks like, so from that ring of triangles, so if I set him here and he's centered on the base, and so we'll go like a little bit in from there. So basically that lets me know I don't need to work around this. Like we'll start off basically about these is what I need to paint. We'll check it when I'm ready to go. I'm not really looking for a perfect saturation on it because, you know, it's a freshly summoned demon. And these faces, like, they're really, like, kind of cut up concrete. So the mental picture I pitched to the client when we first started this, like, 2 years ago was like, okay, they say they're in concrete or stone, and everything's been purified and burnt off into, like, like bedrock. So now it's going to be like the bedrock that's kind of popped up and been turned into like melted runes of whatever demons were coming. Originally, it started off of like, the idea was like, okay, we'll do corn stuff on red bases. And it was like, wait, we're likely to have a bunch of red models on red bases. So let's not do that. Same with Never Fade Away. I don't know if Never Fade Away, is that some kind of band? That's a channel for Discord we could add. Stream music suggestions. Maybe at some point there's a way I can get a music bot set up in there. That's why we had the music bot originally. People could suggest stuff and play it in Discord, and I would play that Discord sound the bot into Twitch, and that's how we got music. I remember doing that years ago, but that's probably that now paid for bot. That when it stopped working, that was probably part of the issue. Cyberpunk 2077, Silver Handband, Archangel is the best. Yeah, I didn't play Cyberpunk 27. It had such, like, I had it on my wish list and on release after it got so many god-awful, like, reviews because it was such a poor release. I took it off and never gave it any more attention. I'm not a premium gamer type player of games. Like, I don't play a lot of premium titles. I will be getting GTA 6 immediately when it comes out because GTA 5 is the last game within the last 15 years I've actually played to completion on the single player type deal. Like, when I play games, generally I'm playing for multiplayer funds, but that one, it was just so good. I actually did it, and I was like, but because it didn't release on PC, I was a hard ass, and I was like, nope, I'm only going to buy it at a 50% discount, so I had to wait like 3 years before I found it. And then, I wouldn't say instant regret, but it was definitely one of the things like, there was enough enjoyment in this. Because, you know, I'm old enough, I played the original GTA. I did skip San Andreas. GTA 3 was a thing. I didn't do 4. So when 6 drops, I've considered doing a second Twitch channel and just doing GTA 6 on there, trying to go for the fucking Twitch GTA glory that could possibly come with it if you're just an asshole or something in that game. And, you know, but like, I got to where I was actually playing the GTA 5. I was doing some RP servers with some friends for a while. It's just such a neat game. So much can be done. More than likely, I get it and I play 100 hours over the next year and then, you know, fade away because the next thing comes along. I say that, but then I've also got 2,500 hours of Satisfactory over the last 2 years. So I have become more of a one-man game show than what I used to be back in the day. Premium title games have fucked all of us for so long, especially EA, Blizzard. So it's just like, you know, cool. Go to where something like Coffee Stain, what they've done with Satisfactory and like their community building and how they listen. It's just like, oh my god, this is how every game dev should work. At the same time, I nearly didn't buy it because it was early access, and I had such a hard-on for all the shitty early access games I've been into. Like Rust, I got Rust super early on, played it 45 minutes and fucking hated it. It's a completely different game now than what it used to be. I don't know. My Steam game portfolio is a graveyard of shitty early development, early access games. Even some cool like niche games, or niche games, whatever you want to say. Space Engineers. Cool. I don't even know when it went in 1.0, and sometime in the last year they were talking about Space Engineers 2 because they want to change the game engine and a bunch of stuff. Cool. So you got another 6-year early access game. Kerbal Space Program, fun little cute game, early access for half a decade. Like Dyson Sphere Program, that's one I got some good enjoyment out of it. But then they added enemies to it, and I was like, no, I like my building games to not fuck up my building. You know, like some of you guys may remember, I played a bunch of City Skylines, and then into last year, I was really hyped for City Skylines 2, and it was such a piss poor release. I put like 40 or 60 hours into it. I haven't been back to it. I don't have Steam open, but I don't even know that I have it installed anymore. And actually, currently, I've got about 9 games installed. I could literally just have 2. Torchlight Infinite and Satisfactory. Because the rest of them I haven't even played. It was a letdown. I mean, I understand it's in a good place now. Like, there's one of the guys on YouTube. that I really enjoy his playstyle because he plays the game. It's City Planner Plays, and he plays it with like an RPG kind of aspect of like he's the city manager, and like him and his wife decide to pick up their family and move. And he's got these 2D models that he had of like whenever it's like when you're having these decision makes, he's got like these little kind of like on Twitch where you see like the talking head anime fucking things that come up, whatever those are called. They're stupid. I don't like them. No, I won't do one. He kind of does that, but they're not like actually animated to move. Like they're just kind of like conversation. Yeah, VTubers. It's kind of like it looks like that, but there's not the moving portion of it. It's just like if the city mayor, person X, and then this guy over here, he has their things on there, and it's kind of like a back and forth conversation as he's describing why he's doing this in his city that he's building. I mean, he could just be laying down roads and train tracks and doing the stuff, but he's built a story into it, and it kind of curtails back to his real life a little bit because he is a city planner in real life. So seeing how he approaches a video game from the aspect of someone who kind of does this on a real life scale is kind of interesting. But then the fact that he added in all this extra legwork to it, it's like Overcharged Egg is one that I like listening to. But it's just kind of like I could do his Overcharged. I could have Overcharged Egg videos on mute and just kind of like give me the highlight show that he does at the end because he's a detailer. So it's kind of like I really like his builds. Imperial Jedi, he's another one I really like listening to his content and stuff. He's got a real smooth voice, the Canadian guy or something like that. I think it's some people's voices just hit you the right way. Mine probably hits you like a fucking snare drum in the morning when you're trying to get out of bed. You're like, shut up, asshole. Unfortunately, I haven't got a cute accent that a lot of people like to listen to, and I sound foreign and unique. I sound like a Texas dipshit. Yeah. Yeah, for Jay, I'm like, bro, skip the BS. Yeah, give me that last, your 30-minute video. Cool, I want that 10-minute flyby. Because he's such a hyper detailer. There was a guy, I don't think he does videos anymore. It was Flabaliki. His builds were super cool, and I really liked. So Flabaliki, maybe Biffa, Imperial Jedi, like something. They did a deal where they would build on a map together, and they'd have the build for a video or two, and work on their own zones. It would pass the save folder off to each other, and then they would have to analyze what the other guy did and be like, okay, my plans for this build were da-da-da. So it was kind of cool watching 4 or 5 pretty good sized YouTubers work on one of those maps, make build decisions that could be adversely or positively affected by another person. Like if someone built an interchange off of a highway and it was kind of in the way of where they maybe planned on doing something, well, now they got to rethink it. So it was interesting seeing those guys make those logistical decisions. Because when you bring it back into a real life perspective a little bit, say I'm a builder in this neighborhood and I'm building 2,500 square foot homes, and the next neighborhood over, they want to put in 4,000 square foot homes. Well, that kind of changes some of the businesses that might come in and around it. It was just neat. Like I said, it was just neat watching them work the problems, and I enjoyed it. And I hope they find a way to do one of those series again, and maybe they are. And I'm just not tied into YouTube so much anymore. I used to take in a bunch, but the way YouTube has consistently, in my opinion, done streamers and content makers wrong by changing so many things. Like they just made it harder. And I get it because there's so many more people uploading to their system. It's what they can get away with. But like my YouTube channel used to be monetized, but because like if I don't stream on Twitch for 6 months or a year or 2 years, they're not demonetizing me. YouTube demonetized me because I was inactive and I didn't fit their new metrics. So, yeah, fuck them. I do have my current setup set to be able to stream on YouTube for my painting. The music I couldn't do. And with my current computer issues of the possible death crash incoming, I'm apprehensive to push trying to do the extra streaming. It probably doesn't hurt it that much, but currently I don't have a way with this setup to read chat and stay active. the new machine, even if it goes right where the old one is, I can run a cord over here. So this video card can support 4 monitors, but it can't support 4 monitors. You know what I'm saying? Like, not with some of the shit that's going on it. It, like, I think that's part of, like, I just playing a video game with Discord up on the side, I'll hear it spin up, like, turbo fans, and be like, nope, I don't like this. And so, yeah, I don't want to put another monitor on it. But when I get the new machine build, I specifically grabbed a GPU that's kind of a monster. It's got ports and everything set up nice and clean to be able to do 4 or 5 monitors. And I'll get something like, I've got my rail system here, which like where this camera's at and where this camera's at, I might have to adjust them. But I somehow the real mess, and I know you can't see, the real mess is I've got a multi-port. I've got a 8 USB or 7 USB port right up here, and it's got yeah, there's 8. There's a dedicated charge thing on there, which I should use instead of what I have set up on here already. It is a cluster of wires right here, but I could stick like a 12 or 15-inch monitor right here, and then I could be looking at you, but I'm really reading chat up here and do a split screen of YouTube and Twitch chats. Like, mentally, there's a process to this, but it's not flushed out. I'm dumb, and I don't have the money to just throw at this stuff right now. That said, I'm gonna try and have a donate thing and maybe get some love from Twitch. And all my Twitch money, the little there is, I've always rolled back into camera. I think I've only ever total been paid out like $3 or $350 from Twitch. I mean, you got an $800 camera that you're looking at right now that I bought at the end of last year. So like last year I had total payouts of like $216 from Twitch. Okay, like it went in on the camera. Easy. You know. I'm on a 15-year-old Blue Yeti. Knock on this. Hopefully it stays working just fine. Okay, so I've got that going here. You guys give me a minute. I'm going to refill my liquid sugar cup. I'll be right back. Oh. We are back. That's another thing I'd like to get to. Like a quick, like, mini keyboard. Something I can have over here to where I can just scene select from here instead of having to reach all the way over there. Little things. I don't know. Tools I need to find. Liquid sugar engage. There's actually no sugar in it. I'm drinking sugar-free coffee. The dry streak is broken. 4 more units. Told you you'd get something in like 10 or 20 runs or 200. I called it, bro. Okay. So we're going to get into some Inky Pink. Slanesh. Where's my fluoros? Nurgle. We will do pink because it's going to pop off good. What am I? Oh, I need a blue. Fluoro blue. Okay. It's a curse as much as it's a blessing because now the chance of getting juice is higher. Hey, but you know, it's, you know, you're one step closer to doing all the things, right? Giving everything a good shake, because once we're into this, like, I'm going to be shaking longer than I'm spraying. And I've thought about getting away from the inks for this and going into contrast, but there's so many more of these bases possible. I don't know. The ink spray so good. They both do. I just don't want to fuck with the colors at this point. There's already 300 models associated with this army. What do you mean green log it? What is that? Some kind of terminology where you upload it for other people to be like, oh, look at my baller build? Like you said, we're going to go bright neutral gray. Quick dirty dry brush. As long as you basically get all the uniques on the collection log for that piece of content. Oh, okay. And then you move on to the next piece of content and start the process all over. Because hashtag fuck your life. Good enough. It's just to pick up some ledges. Situation there. And I'm sure there's like, oh, this set is good for this build, and you can kind of like a Diablo 3 type build, like, oh, I want to play this build, get this set. Depends on the content. But all bosses, raids, and mini games have a log to complete. That's cool. You're perpetually running the same shit hundreds of times, though. That's, I mean, it's no different than what I'm about to be doing in Torchlight. Or Diablo 3 type stuff. I don't want to deal with cleaning up my Infinity airbrush.
Look, I was going to go easy
So we're gonna
not to hurt your feelings, but I'm only going to get this one chance. Something's wrong. I can feel it. It's just a feeling I've got. Like something's about to happen. I'm not taking any chances. You just want to start.
I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod. Now who thinks their arms are long enough to slap box? They said I rap like a robot, so call me rap box. But for me to rap like a computer must be in my genes. I got a laptop in my back pocket, my pinnacle walk when I hat cock it. Got a fat nap from that rat profit, made a living and a killing off it. Ever since Bill Clinton was still in office, with Monica Lewinsky filling on his nutsack. I'm an MC still as honest, but it's rude and it's indecent as all hell. Still a hard to the wall. Just hibbity hip hop. You don't really want to get into a piss and match with this rapidy rat pack and a mac in the back of the yak backpack rap yap 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 kitty yak nap. The exact same time I attempt these lyrical acrobat stunts while I'm practicing that, I'll still be able to break a motherfucking table over the back of a couple of faggots and crack it in half. Only realized it was ironic.
It's been 20 years since I played RuneScape, so. And I played basically just like run around and do things. I never really had goals or purposes when I played it.
Here's a maxi pad. It's actually disastrously bad for the whack while the masterfully constructing this masterpiece. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god, rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod, back nod. Now who thinks their arms are long enough to slap box, slap box? Let me show you maintaining this shit ain't that. Everybody wants to see me rap immortality like I have got. Will there be truth for the blueprints? Simply rage and youthful exuberance. Everybody loves to root for a nuisance. Hit the earth like an asteroid, did nothing but shoot for the moon since. MCs get taken to school with this music, cause I use it as a vehicle to bust the rhyme. Now I lead a new school full of students. Me, I'm a product of Rock him, Lock him, Shabazz, Tupac-in, W-A-Q, hey Doc, Ring, Yella, Easy, thank you, they got slim. Inspired enough to one day grow up, blow up, and be in a position to meet Run DMC, induct them into the motherfucking Rockin' Roll Hall of Fame, even though I walk in trust in person of all the slavery Hall of Fame, I'll be inducted in the alcohol.
There you go. That's our representation for the four gods. Even though we're doing a great Unclean one, but woo, coming through the multi-portal thing. Like I said, we've done this on pretty much anything 50 mil and larger. We've done like the split color base and stuff.
From a tray looking boy, I'ma work for everything I have, never ask nobody for shit, get out my face looking boy. Basically, boy, you're never gonna be capable of keeping up with the same pace looking boy, cause I'm
And it makes pretty. Achoo! Look at my pretty sneak.
all my people from the front to the back nod, back nod. The way I'm racing around the track, call me NASCAR, NASCAR. Dale Earnhardt of the trailer park, the white trash guard. Kneel before General Zod, this planet's Krypton. No Asgard, Asgard. So you be Thor, I'll be Odin, you rodent, I'm omnipotent. Let off, then I'm reloading immediately with these bombs I'm toting. And I should not be woken. I'm the walking dead, but I'm
About a year ago, for the base rings, I switched to folk art just because $8 for this giant ass bottle. And base rings are, well, they're just base rings. They don't have to be the highest quality shit. They need something that's gonna sit on there. Plus, I can throw a big dab out there like that and just like whatever. So I guess, yeah, you did see it.
I know there was a time where once I was king of the underground, but I still rap like I'm on my pharaoh munch grind. So I crunch rhymes, but sometimes when you combine up here with the skin color of mine, you get too big and here it comes trying to censor you like that one line I said. Oh no, back from the Mathers LP1 when I tried to sell, take 7 kids from Columbine, put them all in a line at an AK-47, a revolver and a 9. See if I get away with it now that I ain't as big as I was, but I'm morphing into an immortal coming through the portal. You're stuck in a time warp from 2004 and I don't know what the fuck that you rhyme for. You're pointless as Rapunzel with fucking cornrows. You like normal, fuck being normal. And I just bought a new ray gun from the future just to come and shoot you like when Fabulous made Ray J mad. His Fab said he looked like a faggot. Mayweather's pad singing to a man while he played piano. Man, oh man, that was a 24/7 special on the cable channel. So Ray J went straight to the radio station the very next day. Hey Fab, I'ma kill you. Lyrics coming at you with supersonic speed. Summon, I'm a doom, I'm a you assuming I'm a human. What I gotta do to get it through to you? I'm superhuman, innovative, and I made a rubber so that anything you say is speaking shaking off of me and it'll glue to you and devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading. And I know the haters are forever waiting for the day that they can say I fell off to be celebrating, cause I know the way to get them motivated. I make elevating music, you make elevator music. Oh, he's too mainstream. Well, that's what they do when they get jealous, they confuse it. It's not hip-hop, it's pop, cause I found a hella way to fuse it. With rock, shock rap, with dot. Don't lose yourself, I make them lose it. I don't know how to make songs like that. I don't know what words to use. Let me know when it occurs to you while I'm ripping any one of these verses. The verses use curtains, I'm inadvertently hurting you. How many verses I gotta murder to prove that if you were half as nice as songs, you could sacrifice virgins to? School flunky, pill junkie, but look at the accolades, these skills brung me. Full of myself, but still hungry. I bully myself cause I make me do what I put my mind to when I'm a million leagues above you. Ill when I speak in tongues, but it's still tongue-in-cheek. Fuck you, I'm drunk, so Satan take the fucking wheel. I'm asleep in the front, so pumping heavy D in the voice. Still chunky but funky, but in my head there's something I can feel tugging and struggling. Angels fight with devils and here's what they want from me. They're asking me to eliminate some of the women hate, but if you take into consideration the bitter hatred I had, then you may be a little patient and more sympathetic to the situation.
But
Understand the
probably not the
discrimination.
best, but I wanted to get through this part.
Life's handing you lemons, make lemonade.
Day's done for the
If I
day.
can't battle the women, how the fuck am I supposed to bake them a cake then? No mistake, it's a fatal mistake if you think I need to be overseas and take a vacation to trip abroad and make a fall on a face. And don't be a retard, be a king, think not. Why be a king when you can be a god?
That's how he looks. Like I said, I'll probably rotate the green kind of on the back, but gives you an idea how that goes. Get this off of here because there's splooge on it. Set this off to the side now. Can dry until it's ready to do all the things later. Spray a little bit of isopropyl alcohol through the airbrush to clean that any debris that's boogered up in there. Get a little aerosol high. We are done with the base portion of this. We're at about an hour, not too bad. It's about kind of what expects for a big base like that, 4-color. Like if that were single color, boop, done, real easy. I didn't even have to do the dry brush technically, but it's a little touch of something to add to it, correct? We'll be going back in there. Going to a second glove is always the worst part of my day. I do like my glove fairly tight, so I get the larges instead of extra larges. And the second one never seems to sit right. Even though I blow dry, and yeah, it's... The extra larges, and I get these little... Kind of like a condom where they have like the little thumb catcher in the tip. And then you get to paint. Yeah, it's annoying. Okay, star of the show. Not me, fat boy hero over here. Like I said, we're working now. Let me move coffee. I don't even have large hands. Well, technically by size, it says I have large hands, but no. I'd say I'm a perfectly average size hand man. They're quite thick though. Meaty. Was it used to be ashamed to tell people I had a 3-inch penis. Then I found out women like them that big around. Sorry. Dumb humor. Shovel hands. So I found out talking to someone, the reason Procryl paints kind of turn chalky on a wet palette after like an overnight, apparently the owner of it, he paints on a dry palette, so they're formulated to be worked with on a dry palette. I am not switching to a dry palette and having to deal with all the I can see why that works for him if he's in Arizona where the company's based. That's great. You got nice super dry weather. You can more control the moisture in your paint because where here it can be super dry and then we can be swampy. Like I might as well be in New Orleans today. So I should have wore a different shirt. I feel like this is getting a clean job. It was it is. But learning that is like, okay, cool. Now I understand a bit of where and why things are the way they are. That's cool. I'm still going to keep using them. I'm happy to just change the paper. No, paints don't dry in New Orleans. They just eventually solidify in their running position, right? I worked in New Orleans for 2 years or so after Katrina, and it was god awful. So I'm going to go back into the Middlestone color. I'm going to drag this up so there's kind of like a blend of where some of these are. Check that one. Where's this others here? I like this one. I really like these synthetics here. They're Princeton Selects. It's like $5 for a multi-pack of 5 or 6 brushes. When's the last time you were in the U.S., Norwell? I know you were in Arizona or New Mexico, you said, for years at one point. I don't know when the last time you actually came back and visited. 5, 6 years ago? Okay. Enjoying a little bit of the polka dottedness of these. I'm calling them body herpes, but been too long? Well, snatch up the old lady, get on a plane, and come hang. I've got a guest bedroom. It's generally doors open for friends of the family and whatnot, you know. Just kind of pre-plan that. Biscuits and gravy. Project of catering. I will feed you my meat. We'll smoke the rabbit. Can't really put him anywhere while I'm gone. That's the issue, because he is an only rabbit. Does he have a page? Only rabbits? Only buns? Yes! Yes! That's what we're here for. When she said she's gonna show me her rabbit, this is you wanna see my furry? Baby? Oh no. He's into bukkake. Or is it bunkake? Haha, bunny. But I do want to get into the brighter color. Some of the hand stuff I had already done this color before. Brighter color. Down look on some of these, but just trying to accentuate there's some variation. Infection and corrosion and crud going on with this asshole. Later, thinking kind of like some gross brown type stuff, but I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to clash with the horns. I'm really happy with where the horns are, so I don't want to go into that color palette. Not opposed to just doing like that right there. I just there's nothing really there. I'm just throwing random dots in there. All of them like an age spot type thing. We might even come back in with some other colors around his body, and it's a time game right now. Like it's 1 o'clock, so we're 1 hour in. I would like to be done by 6-ish. If we run longer, okay, fine, that's a thing.
shirt now red, my bloody nose sleeping. You're on your tippy toes creeping.
Yes, we just went from Marilyn Manson to Billie Eilish.
Nose think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you. Oh please, I do what I want when I'm wanting to. My soul so cynical. So you're
Grinding this BS all day night. Yeah, man, I appreciate you hanging and giving me some chat to start the day.
always so puff guy.
Yeah, that's one of the things like we were talking about, like
Your mama's sad type.
having the dedicated like person or two that's available for this. You know, I mean, we haven't drawn any randoms in, but over a few months, you know, you build up the channel. Hopefully, this turns into more of a thing. Like I said, the commitment now is through the end of the year, first 90 days of next year. We'll reevaluate if it's, you know, maybe I fall into that headspace of, oh, I fucking really don't like being on the schedule and I can't do it.
Likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing this song.
Evaluate. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be here anyway. I might as well enlist a little bit of helping hands if possible.
You're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy. Just always so puff guy. I'm not
Yeah, man. Like I said, happy to have someone part of the team.
your girlfriend mad type.
And that's one of the things too. It's like talking with my wife, I just acknowledge like I do work better. Like if there's expectations upon me, like if you're sitting there like, hey, I'm supposed to fucking mod for you today, get your ass up and get on here and do some things. I'm probably more motivated by having that extra person that I know is depending on me to be around versus, you know, where it was previously. Like, oh, I stream when I stream and I keep no schedule because I'm asshole me and I can't commit to things. It was also too much. Like we're doing the 3 to 5 days a week, 4 to 8 hour streams. Like
I guess I'm pretty
it was too much.
glad you're alone. You said she's scared of me. I mean, I don't see what she sees, but maybe it's 'cause I'm wearing your cologne.
When that's the thing, right? Like full blown, if I'm successful, you'll feel it too. So it's kind of one of the things, right? Like build the team, put the right people around you. That's what I'm dealing with. Yeah, like Discord chat monitor. Yeah, it's focus on what the priority should be, which is this is still the work, right? I got to do the work. I tried to sort of thing out with a photographer at one point, but it just didn't work out. Like I was like, listen, I'll need you like maybe twice a month to get me a couple hundred photos of all the shit that I have laying around. And he just, you know, you know, that's one of the things too. Like, so as I was doing some stuff with the Angry Joe show, painting models for them a little bit, I was kind of like monitoring how many people were involved in different stuff. Like, that is not a dude producing content. That is a business. It's a machine. I would venture to guess even some of the bigger name painters probably have people that do photography for them and different stuff. It's just a lot. Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's one of the things too. It's like, I got to think, you know, that's like last night, especially after travel, it was kind of one of the things like, I just wanted to detune and play some video games. You know, like we sorted some stuff out and, you know, like you said, you handled the Discord. I'll be honest, when I came in this morning and I was looking through the Discord a little bit, I'm like, Fuck, dude, this man did this in half an hour, and it looks already 1,000 times better than the bullshit I had whipped up. And, you know, I told you last night straight up, was like, dude, like, what you did in half an hour would have taken me, you know, 2 or 3 hours, because I had to look up all the shit. You know, the learning necessity of doing all the things, you know, it's its own grind in itself. And yesterday was like after stream yesterday. So what? I broke off, grabbed some lunch, watched my soccer game a little bit. I didn't even get to watch most of it. I got wrapped up into. So before I came home, so I had my back injection yesterday morning. Came home to the stream. Before I did the injection, I met with a company called 900 Pound Gorilla. They're a 3D modeling company, and I got a call this morning from the whoever, the project manager. I will be painting cancer. As much as this looks like it could be, I am actually going to be painting 3D printed cancer proteins. Kind of a cool project. So yeah, that's a thing. I need to speak with them and see if it's something I'm okay to share. Because I think, you know, it's kind of one of things like, obviously, I don't know much about it, but it's one of the things like maybe it's a deal where I'm painting one. Like maybe we can have somebody on and discuss what this protein that I happen to be painting that day looks like. Maybe they say, hey, we don't want it done that way, because the models I'm going to be painting for them are going to Vegas for a oncologist convention thing too. So who knows?
Can you feel it? Now it's coming back. We can steal it.
Oh yeah, you know that's the thing, right? Like it's a whole learning curve. That's one of the things too. It's like, you know, it's, you know, truth be told, like looking at it from my own perspective, like when you came to me and wanted to do commission work, I didn't ask for anything back from you. I just, hey, here's the info. How can I help? You know, I tried to send you some work. You know, it's. I'm glad to see you were willing to give back to me, because, you know, it's life. Life works better when people are helping each other. Even like back then, like that's how do I bid a job? Oh well, shit. Let me tell you all the ways I've done, and even since then, I bid jobs differently now than what I did 2 years ago. Lincoln! Cheerio, we're on the coffee-o.
Well, we rushed it, moving way too fast, and we crushed it. But it's in the past. We can make
How you doing, brother? Salutare se facce.
so say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo.
Never gonna have a full fucking What do you call me, cunt Binny? No. What is sunt bene?
So it's here I stand,
Or sunt bean?
man, but I found my friend. Now I'm falling down with a crashing sound, and you come around. And you rush to me.
Give me that like and translator button here, please.
So say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo.
Hello, I'm good. Because I said hello, how are you? Basically, I think that's Did we just have a conversation? Did I just ban him? Yeah, English only chat. Get fucked. No, we know Ben Lycan. VIP tag. Outside of, we want to hear his pornography exploits from his younger days. Yeah. Who's Camille again? What? Never gonna let that go. Gave the man a sword and he wants to chop heads of my most loyal. God damn it. What did I do, Bobby? Could make that dono thing though. If you donate X amount the whole time, $10. You time out liking. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to target anybody. Oh, he fingered us. I did just throw him the open guest bedroom invite out, the same as I have towards you. Like, if you find yourself in America, come by and I feed you. Hell, Likens told me come to Romania and they'll put me up. And he just expanded his house. I mean, at least the patio area, so at least I know I got a good beer patio to come to if I ever make it there. We are loosely looking at a trip to Germany next year. My mom wants to visit the Neuschwanstein Castle in the southwest part of Germany. She's always wanted to go, so we're kind of looking at maybe doing that as a thing. But oh man, at the same time, my wife and I we're looking at like the shit we need to do around the house financially. Plus, 2026 World Cup. There's 9 games here in Dallas, and we're like, cool. We'll set aside $1,000 a game, and if that buys us tickets for them, great. And if not, cool. Do we go to 3 games for $3,000 a game? Because I mean, we're soccer people. It's a World Cup. It was here in '96 when I was 16. It's going to be here when I'm 46. Odds of making it to 76 for another World Cup, you just never know. So we're not going to break the bank and go broke over it, but we will attend a World Cup match or 3 if possible. And it's absolutely something we're passionate about, so we'll do it. Intimidating to think, we have a year to set aside roughly 10 grand for soccer games when there's so many other things we can do for it. But coming into next year, we're gonna try and sock aside $1,000 a month somehow to have 2026 World Cup tickets. And even if it comes down to, hey, we can only do $500 a month, by the time you stretch that into the couple months before the World Cup, hopefully we're close to having even half that budget so we can attend 2, maybe 3 games, like I said. So, you never know. I could have a tornado blow over my house and wipe me away next week too. So it's just kind of one of the things, like, we're still living the good life when we can, right? Gotta buy the booze. Man, there is so much booze in this house. My wife doesn't even drink. I probably have, just with random shit laying around, there's probably 8 liters of alcohol in the house right now, which is more than usual. It just happens to be here. My buddy Chad's birthday was a few weeks ago. There's some leftover of it. I've been grabbing some random things. I've switched from my normal brandy Pepsi mixed drink that I do. I've been doing vodka, Tito's vodka with a sugar-free sparkling ice drinks. They taste like orange creamsicle pops. I don't know if you remember when you were kids, the orange push pops. They're like an orange creamsicle. That's what it kind of tastes like. I know I'm just spinning this fucker around finding more rather than working an area. There's so many body herpes on this dude. Spots. I'm just kind of building some into them. Like I said, I am not opposed to breaking out another color and adding to some of this. I'm just trying to find a balance where there's not like blatant, like, oh, you skipped 9 of them in this one little pocket. But the problem is you keep finding these damn things. Just a really detailed model on what's really, truly a big flat type surface, but I think it's going to be visually pretty good. Happy with where the direction it's going. Like, technically, like, in truth, I could finish the weapons and throw this fucker on a base and call it good enough. I'm just trying to push and push and push. He's got these little tentacles. We'll come back in with some other stuff on there. I'm going to go about... Well, actually, no, this is a good point. I was about to say, let's rotate into some of the weapons because we're detailing on top of details now, and I have straight up primered areas. So let's start working in the main colors on the areas where we need to, and we'll set him aside here. We have our metallics sprayed in some areas here, and then we have other areas where, like this here, I was not sure what to do with the blade, but now that I've got a paint plan for it, get out our dark silver. It bottles cap. I'd hit the toenails with something before he called that. No. I'm not calling it done. Absolutely. I mean, minimum we have another 3.5, 4 hours to work on it. I just want to get all the blocked in stuff blocked in. Good afternoon, Mr. Z. Zan Lardis with Mr. X. You want Mr. X? You want to be Professor X? How you doing, brother? Yeah, I'm not calling it done at all. I'm just calling, like, the body herpes done for now. Like I said, I'm not... For the color palette that's on here, there is some orange in here. I'm not opposed to going and getting some red on there and maybe doing some like other stuff. I don't know, like I said, we got all the tentacles. We're gonna go with probably Warlord Pink on some of the tentacle shit that's hanging off of him, and then we'll build up from there. It's just I want to like we're probably going Warlord Pink into Squid Pink because they're super cartoony colors for those, but I just want to get the unpainted shit. That's primer thrown in there. Like I said, I've got this bell thing. We'll work on something for like the details on the bell. Mr. X, the T00 Tyrant. Okay. Hey, what's up? Oh, Hannah Banana. What's up, brother? How are you doing? What are you calling a tyrant? Hey, what's going on in the workshop? What are you guys working on over there today? How have you been? It's been way too long. I hope you've been really well. I took a Twitch break, mental health, lost a few friends last year. Just need to step away and sort my shit. I hope you've been well. It's good to see you around.
That's only you and me and fat fucking conflict.
It's gonna be dinner time there. If this is a raid and run, just tell me raid and run, fuck off, and happy to see you. Thank you for the raid job. You guys that are in here, friend of the channel, long time. Oh, Hannah Banana Workshop. You guys go drop a follow over there. Usually painting in mass whole armies of absolute retardation in size. So I assume that's still the same. If it's not 200 models, it's not an Ohana army. Or 2,000, right? How have you been? It'd be Adwald. Resident Evil. Okay, I watched the TV show. I'm probably a movie or three behind. I genuinely liked the Resident Evil TV show that came out. Was that on Apple or HBO? I don't even know where they got released. I liked it. I don't know a huge... I played some of the games. I'm not a zombie person. To be honest, I watched it for the redhead hot chick that was in it. Because she was in The Fifth Element. So, you know, it's a really fantastic movie. Zombies are... Yeah, they're kind of whatever for me. Like a raid and run, maybe? Who is it? I don't know. What's the name, Zanlardis? Commander Root? Yeah, go ahead. It probably, because the name looks like a Commander Root. That looks like some kind of bot name. You can unban if they're requesting. If there's some data mining bullshit, that's probably why they were banned. I have no idea. 2 years ago, things happened. I mean, we have had multiple mods around here. It probably... I'm not going to lay any blame. Possibly them, not even me. I have no idea. I know at one time when I was getting bot spammed into hell, anything that even looked like it was a ban. Oh, actually, I do. You know what? It was me. Yeah, I was about to say there was some lists that I found on different websites of malicious users on Twitch that had been compiled, and I banned a bunch of them. Maybe that name was on the list. I don't know. I have no idea. Not laying any accusation. It was 2 years ago. Second chances are fine. I have no idea. They said I'm not here for data collection though. If that's what it is, then they can go back on ban for all I care. Two years later, that's dedication requesting though, so that's cool. Maybe it is a legit person, and if so, I'm sorry. Yeah, we were having that discussion before you popped in, Lars. The do everything yourself mentality of Twitch and content creation and running this paint business and everything. It's delegating some things is gonna hopefully keep me sane, where I don't capitulate into no more streams like last year. Just being in a better headspace is always a good thing. Was that a verbal request DM'd you, or was that a request just through the page of like, hey, I'm banned and I don't know why, can I get unbanned, or is it just like a click a button or auto request thing? Not sure. You let me know. Through the page? Okay, so it could have been a pending request sitting for 2 years also. Is there a way to DM them and be like, hey, we did unban you, like, please drop by and say hello to the channel at least? Like, is that a thing that can be done? Oh, he did type a message? Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, that's what I'm saying, like, at worst, like, I don't even know, like, there was definitely a time, like I said, I was going through some deals because I was getting spam botted to death. Like, literally every 2 minutes there'd be some, like, want to buy followers, want to do this, so I just, like, deleted and, like, started nuking people. Because in trying to grow the Twitch, I definitely was share happy. Of like, hey, I'm going to share my channel on Reddit, I'm sharing it on these pages, Facebook, wherever I could, just trying to grow and draw an audience in. Doing it the right way in places where you're allowed to do it, not just dropping into other Twitch channels and be like, hey guys, when you're done here, follow me, or like, I see people do that, and those people auto ban. That's part of. I like this part of the song with Tech Nine, but I'm not a Falling in Reverse fan. But this song fucking hits. Like, dude, Tech Nine's cool, but what's coming up next? And the video is amazing. I think they spent like $3 million on the video for this song. Then you got Alex Terrible coming in. A little bit of devil rap. That song came out and I first heard about, is this Prozac? No, it's Falling in Reverse with Tech Nine and Alex Terrible from Slaughter to Prevail as guest vocalist. When that song first came out, I legit listened to it on repeat for probably 3 hours. Hell, even I was getting ready to do, I don't know what I was getting ready to do. I was doing something last week or the week before last, and I was like, that song came on, I was like, repeat. Just left it on a repeat for like an hour while I was getting ready to do my shit for the day. It just fucking hits so hard because it goes in and out of stuff. This is actually good. Actually, I want to go not this color. Fixing that back up. We're gonna have all that metal over top of this. Did spray most of this. Pulls out front. Oh, okay, that's what it does. I am retarded. Yeah, the video's dope, dude. Okay, so it goes this way, which means I need to connect silver into the handle. That's fine. Dude, at the end, how they did the Balrog for the rap rock at the end, oh, dude. So that, I saw an interview with Alex Terrible about when they made it, because he's real, like, with his hands, like, when he does stuff, and, like, they used he moves for the Balrog part, and they had to tell him to slow down, because, like, it's a fast rapper, he's like, but he had to be like, so they could, it was pretty cool. There's not many music videos that hit hard these days, because, you know, the music videos are what they are. You know, 40 years of MTV. Thank you for 15 years of music videos. Great video, man. Great video. Dan Lardis, are you on mobile or like with your hand? Are you able to type on a computer just fine? Curious. I thought about that yesterday. And I didn't bother to ask. Are typing on PC? So can you do mobile games? Or not mobile games, but can you do PC games? It's not broke. It's just what, numb or something? What I'm getting at is we've been playing trigger finger. We've been playing on your right hand or your left? We've been playing Torchlight Infinite. It is your left hand. So that would be like it's like League, like you'd have to hit R occasionally. Would you be interested in playing? Like you could configure keys to 3-finger or 2-finger. My build, I pretty much play with like 2 fingers. Like I use right click, left click on my right hand, and then this hand I'm using occasionally R, like QWER, like the QWERTY, like that deal. It's a free to play game. We've been playing it with some people. Torvald's been doing his thing. He sat with us last night. We played like 10 hours last night. Like I said, I know you mentioned how you've been so god awful bored. If it's something you're interested in, free to play on Steam, no money necessary. It is a Diablo-esque type game. Do you have a multi-key mouse, maybe? Like, I could totally see myself playing that on like a 7-key mouse. Like if my Naga Razor still worked, I would rekeybind and be tipping whiskeys and playing with one hand. Legit, like it's Diablo 3S, so it's not, you don't need the itchy trigger, like be ready to fucking alt combo in on somebody, like flash alt, you know. I'm pretty sure like you were a League guy. I know you did some with me. Heroes. Stick with controller. There is controller support. Look at it. It's free to play. It's free to play. Do a download. Check it out. If it's something you're interested in, dude. Happy to have you, dude. Like I said, it's just it's Diablo 3. It's a gear grinder. Yeah, there's a bunch of bullshit to buy, like PoE. It's all cosmetic, though. You can find third-party sites and buy what's called FE, which is like the premium deal. Torchlight Infinite. So you had Torchlight 1 through 4. My shitty computer and all the PoE Diablo-type graphics, I still run at max 144 graphics. Like, I need to find a way to get into it and see. I don't know if it's... I have 144 hertz monitors, so I don't know if it's hertz capped, but I get the feeling I could probably play it with 200 FPS still, because it's fucking smooth. It's super cartoony style. It's not, it doesn't have a bunch of like afterglow effects like Diablo can be. Diablo PoE back in the day on my old machine stuff, like that was on, I think I was on a 380X and a 580X. I'm on a 2070 Super now. But I don't think I could do Diablo 3 max graphics and get 100 FPS. It'd be like, cool, I'm playing mid graphics and get a solid 30. Okay, yeah. Yeah, dude, like I said, check it out. Like, if you've done any of the Torchlights, it's that game turned from dungeon crawler into Diablo 3 type, you know, whack 'em, smack 'em, you know, 5-minute runs, gear grinder type stuff. It's cool. Like I said, my buddy Brad, who is on Twitch, he's Dusty Gonzalez. Which is going to be... We're going to go... Dark Bronze. Hey, dude, give it a looky-loo. Happy to have you. Like I said, I thought about it in the middle of the night last night, but oh, this is a new bottle. I've got an open Dark Bronze somewhere. Yeah, this is new. That's anyone that's here. You want to play some games and watch me look absolutely fucking retarded trying to play stuff. It'll be fine. It just kind of stuck with me yesterday when you said you've been just so god-awful bored. Like, okay. You know, even if you're not playing the same thing, I sit in Discord most of the time when I'm playing games. And I sit in there for a reason. You know, one, social aspect for myself, but two, other people like, hey, you just dive on in. Bullshit. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, you're playing a game, we're playing something different, you know. There might be some technical discussion like we had last night. One of Brad's buddies came in and was like, trying to help me figure out some stuff for a build. You know, nerd time with kids. Well, and that was the thing too, like, you know, but it's, so that's one of the things, it's so, yeah, especially with the leg numbing thing. I mean, when my back is acting up and my right thigh goes numb, same. like, you know, I'm here, then I'm here. I don't sit in game for long hours. Even with this, that's why I generally, you know, I pay attention to the timer. Like, we got 10 minutes till I hit, you know, 2 hours, and then I'm going to get up and go walk around for a minute and find myself something to munch on, get myself another drink or something. But I did have, I had another epidural yesterday, which last night when I went to bed, I maybe sat too long yesterday and didn't do some of the mobility stuff I should have probably done. It was an easy chill day, but I probably needed to throw in some more stretching than I did yesterday, because when I actually laid down to go to bed, it was like someone threw a basketball right in the middle of my back. It was just like pain permeating out to my hips. But some of that's because the medicine they injected me, that's it dispersing and doing its job. Did you look into, I think I mentioned to you yesterday, the ultrasonic therapy? Did you happen to have a chance to take a look at some of that? I called, so a buddy of mine up in Oklahoma, he's a chiropractor. His brother is a chiropractor down here, and he bought one of these deep ultrasonic machines. It's ultrasound. It maybe the thing is, it stimulates like red blood cell growth as far as like stem cells, other bits of stuff. It's good for pain relief stuff. Like, I'm gonna look into it a little bit more. It might be a thing. Obviously, you probably have 1,000 hoops to jump through, but I think it's maybe worth a conversation with your doctor or something like that. Like, hey, can I get some relief from this? It's a thing. Someone told me. So my buddy Scott, as a chiropractor, he has to do 16 hours a year of CTE, which is continuing education. Apparently, his brother is like a crackhead with this stuff, and he does all these seminars, and he's closer to 200 to 250 hours a year of CTE, because he's, most chiropractors are crack factories. You know, that's what Scott is. He's like, you walk in, you're here 15, 20 minutes, we do adjustments, I get you the fuck out and go on the next one. His brother, apparently, he's like, when you go to see him, you're sitting for an hour, maybe 2 hours, and they're working every fucking thing possible so he can get you back to your best life. So it's kind of one of the things like, okay, cool, like, I'll set something up with him, and we'll go talk to Dr. Reiner, and, you know, if he can get me any kind of relief, great. But at the same time, with what you're dealing with the numbness and the pinched nerve from sciatica stuff, which is what I deal to on a lesser level, dude, you just never know. Talk to your doc. Do the research. If he doesn't know anything about it, like I said, RINER, Dr. Reiner in South Lake, Texas. Hey, maybe he gives him a call and be like, hey, I got this guy with a thing. Can it, what can be done? And those machines are out there enough where you should be able to find, if your offices don't have something, there should be one available somewhere. And just man, ideas, dude. Trying to throw something at you that maybe, helps and gives you some relief. Because when it comes to back pain, I feel every ache and pain for you, because I've been there. And if you're anything like me with it, you're just desperate to have some form of normality back. But regarding not the Path of Exile Diablo game that we were just talking about, it's super casual enough to where, like, if you can sit for an hour, you can gain 20 levels and get into it. Your pain is gone for the most part. You're just having panic attacks every time you try to get up in the morning, afraid of being in pain. Yeah. Hey, I mean, pain-free is a good thing. I mean, I hear you, dude. Like, there's so many times, like last year, there were many times I would wake up and, like, it would just be so painful. Literally just wake up and start crying because it hurt so bad. And those would be days when I'm like, okay, I'm not fucking streaming, I'm not working. I'm going to make it to the couch with a couple bottles of Gatorade so I can just piss in bottles and not have to get off the couch as much. Like, I would order takeout and literally just sit on the couch eat my takeout, pissing Gatorade bottles. I don't think I've ever really been too open about how bad it got last year, talking about like some of that stuff. That's why like we started off this year is like, so at the end of last year, I had 2 MRIs scheduled for I think January 10th of this year. We've been sorting the lower back. We haven't really addressed the thoracic area in the mid back, but that's something, you know, like some of that's based on how I'm sat here working. Like if I did more stretches and I didn't have to sit kind of curled up like this painting all the time, I'd probably get some more relief in there. But this is the job. I have to be able to do it. That's one of the things too. Like part of why I quit streaming is I could kick back and, you know, like you don't really necessarily need to see me painting all this brass. So I'll kick this light back here, and I can just sit back here and block this shit in. And, you know, leaning back and painting has been a way I got through a lot of work throughout the year. But 2 years ago, regarding the mid back, I actually was going to do the nerve ablation, where they go in there with like a hot wire basically and cut nerves and kill them. But the way the pain presents sometimes, there's a rib that shifts through here. It's connected to like T6 or 7, I think. And it sits on my lung. And it would feel like I'm stabbed in the lung, and like I thought I was having heart attacks, and yeah, it was, yeah. And we nearly did the ablation, but at the same time, dealing with that, having that feeling here in my chest with the rib let me know things were really fucked in the back, so I could catch it early. And I can do stuff like if I'm sitting in a car, I can grab the steering wheel and kind of pull forward and force adjust it. Or if I'm starting to feel the pain, then I go see the chiropractor and they do their thing. It's, you know, it's the whole process of stuff. I think for color balance, I want to do some of these rings. The same. We can open book, man. If you have questions about what I've dealt with my back, if any of it presents to where it's helpful for you, like open book. Like I'm trying to present you the stuff that's helped for me, but at the same time, what works for me may not work for you. Like I get it. It's a thing. One of those things like when I was younger and people would bitch about their back all the time, I'm like, you pussy. You know, get over it. And then when it happens, you're like, oh my God, this is crippling. So, like I said, it does get better as long as you're doing the steps. You got to do the work. Yoga stretching. God damn, yoga. You'll find yoga poses that fuck you up and hurt you more than what you already are, but then you'll find other ones that work for you. There's a lot of like specific yoga for lower back stuff. The wrestler Diamond Dallas Page, he actually has his shit for back pain stuff. I did some of that a little for a while. Some of it's just kind of a gimmicky, pay me for stuff that you can find on YouTube for free. There's resources out there. I actually found a guy on Instagram. He's a chiropractor on Instagram. He's an Asian dude. Has all these kind of different stretches and stuff like that. And I actually like full force started doing them. When I'm on them and doing them, too bad. But I'm assuming the inability to walk is more of a neurological portion of it. Not neurological in your brain, but neurological as far as like nerves and shit being pinched. Thankfully, I've never had to deal with that, and really hope they find a way to fix it. Maybe there's surgery. Throwing shit on the wall, hoping something sticks at this point. I hope you understand this is all coming from a place of I've been in pain and I don't want to see you in pain. So, you know, Don't want to beat on a dead horse over here. Hurting for 10 days. Days 3 through 7 being the worst. I'm just glad I'm not in pain anymore. Just working on getting my leg moving again. So is it an exercise thing? Like, do you have feeling in your leg? And I don't mean exercise like the lose weight portion of it. Is it an exercise thing like rebuilding muscles after being turned off for so long? You have feeling in your leg below the knee, but you can't flex your thigh at all. So it's like an extreme version of my thing. So mine is, if I can zoom out enough to show. Yeah, you can kind of see on the deal, like if I jack the camera this way. So even just sitting here from upper hip down to here, like I am numb in here, like all across this top portion of my core. Now, the thing is, I can flex and have movement, but like this whole portion of muscle, I mean, I don't really feel that. I feel the pressure around it. I don't feel the actual pain. Like I could probably hurt myself if I had something sharper than the end of a brush. Got some notifications. Okay, the German guy we rated just went live. What's that? That's angry. Oh, it should be on there. Oh, there's a deal called FlingCon. Flingen. No, it's a FlingCon. It's a board game convention. It's here in Texas. So I found out about this morning. And I emailed them off like, hey, what do I need to do? Like, they were offering and asking about people coming for vendors. Like, I'm not really a vendor because I have nothing really to sell other than like my commission services. But maybe myself and a couple of people that do some work for me, we can post up and just be a part of it and have like some display booth type stuff. So that's their reply back email. I'm curious to see what they say. Oh, talk about songs that hit. This is one I found on Instagram. It was like background music for something. I was like, ooh, who the fuck is this? It's hard to tell probably to you guys, but like the headphones, like the bass in this just fucking hits. Area. Yeah, so the sciatic stretches that I do, I know you have a problem walking. This will be a little hard because, you know, tiny camera thing. So if you're standing up and you cross right leg over left and you can bend over straight for a few seconds, that will hit your left one with the right leg over. And if you do left leg over and you bend over this way, that'll get you some good, like it's a simple stretch. It's one that's really helped for me. Now, obviously, there's other versions of that you can do and push it to extreme. Something like that, maybe that's a good starter really, but I don't even know if you can stand to do that right now, right? So maybe there's a level you work up to. I don't know, man, with technology, and like I said, when I hurt my back in 2018, it really was like, you know, because I mean, I played soccer through college and, you know, semi-professional play, and it's like, oh man, I'm never going to have access to these kind of things again. Because, you know, when I first hurt my back, I spent basically 3 or 4 months just posted up on the couch, watching TV, getting fat, not doing anything, wallowing in pain. And, you know, as I've kind of come out and been like, okay, for me at least, it was like, I'm not going to let this defeat me. Start finding more shit. But it took a couple years for me to mentally get to that place where it's like, fuck this. You know, that's why, like, this year, going hard with the epidurals, the crazy fucking diet that I went on for a few weeks. You know, I lost 25 pounds doing the carnivore diet, but it's a hard diet just eating meat and meat products and going carb free. Like, I couldn't even have coffee, technically. I did have a cup of coffee every day, but I'm generally a 3 or 4 cup kind of person, especially this time of year when it starts cooling off. Yeah, don't let it beat you up, dude. Like, until they say you're done and dusted professionally, and then even then, get 9 more opinions. Just please don't pull like I did and let it fucking crush you and, you know, ruin, like, for me, life. You know, day by day, get in, work the process, do the things. I wish I had someone, and I get it, people work different. I wish I had someone come to me with this kind of, fuck it mentality, fight it mentality. I didn't. No one was there. They're like, oh, you know, it's okay, we got you. You know, my wife, love her to death, but she was okay with, hey, it's okay, I'll take care of you. You know, life can, and like, really, what I needed was someone to kick me in the dick and be like, get up, fucker, do more. And maybe you don't need that. It's what I needed, and it took until the end of last year for me to finally do it for myself. Okay. What I've currently got in my hand here is going to be the last little touch of this brass color. We're going to be probably 215 in. Top off the cough. Have a little stretch, even though I just kind of did one myself. Gonna take a 10 here in a minute. As I'm getting into them now, I'm kind of having ideas of ways to do something. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, maybe it's because my dad being the hard ass in the military. Maybe it's, you know, just what I need mentally. I needed someone to fucking push me, and I didn't have that until I got frustrated on my own. Not everybody responds with it. Like, I know people, especially when I've coached on soccer. Like, I push a player. Not even when I was coaching, but when I was playing. Some players, you push them, and then they fucking collapse. They shut down. So, like I said, don't want to do that to you. You got to be a little self-cognizant. What do you need? You know, what do you need to get yourself in the right headspace and work the problem and figure it out from there? Like I said, what works for me, even on the, not mental pushing, but even on the actual physical work side of thing, what I've worked and done probably isn't going to work for you. Yeah, well, that's the thing too, dude. Like truly, if you need someone to be that kick you in the ass type person, I mean, you got your phone number. If you're having a struggle in the morning, fucking call me or text me. Hey, brother, I'm fucking just not feeling it. I'm low today. And that was one of the things, the complications last year, a couple of friends passing, it just compounded because, I was depressed already about my own personal shit. And then doing that, it just, snowballed where, I shut down, shutting down Twitch, quit streaming, quit being out as much in public with friends, doing, the dinners out or playing games. I hadn't played games at 40K. I played once or twice last summer and just kind of let it go. You want to call and cry? I'm here. Been learning that forward on my crutches. It does feel good. Well, that's the thing too. Maybe it, for the if it's your right side, cross your left leg over. Maybe you use your crutches to give a little relief. If it's what you can do, it's what you can do. But you got to do it. You can't just sit comfortably. You have to put the muscle stretching in. The way pinched nerves and all that shit work, from what I've learned, it's just there's so many layers of shit built inside our bodies. It's amazing and it's infuriating. But like I said, I'm here for you, brother. If you need some stuff, whatever I can do. Phone call away, Discord message away, Twitch away. Like I said, I'm gonna take a 10, do some things. I need a snack. I've got my sugar, but I'm gonna top off the coffee and do some things. I'll be back 5-10ish minutes. It's 3 minutes to make a cup of coffee, so I'm at least committed to that. Be back in just a few, guys. Yeah, that's good. caffeine. Let me get back at it. I do need to look at something. I need some biodegradable packing peanuts. One cubic. The cancer proteins that I'll be painting, I'm gonna pack those up. Be here on Saturday. Goes up after class. Paint those up and they go to Vegas. Chat. Not 100%. I don't need to be plugged in, I guess. Stay for a minute. Okay. So next step of these, I do want to get a little bit of that brass brought down in here, just even for color balancing. Over top of the top of the top of the top. Torval, I say you get a piece of gear in the next 60 runs. Tag it. Put the timer. 60 runs, a piece of gear. Nothing since that last one. It's been giving 20 or... Okay, well, that'll put you at close to 80 runs. It's 600 runs total by the end of the night, you think? And does it really feel like about 100 runs per piece? Exponentially, your odds change every time you do get a piece. Because now you're shooting from a smaller pool of stuff. How long does a run take you generally?
Based on the time you're saying, maybe 8 minutes. Five minutes. Gotcha. Yep, so if you say 8 between chatting on here and fucking around, it's not terrible. Okay, good color balance there. Got those pieces blocked in. Some torn. Because I do want to spray a little bit of white into these areas. But, like, on these pieces, I need to figure out what I would do with old Skullville throughout these. Because, like I said, we're going to go for... like Aethermatic Glow punched up by something else. I'm trying to figure out which direction I want to go with that. Like, I feel like I need to block in all the metals first and do all that shit. That's the case. The next step of this is going to be going straight to gold. These, not the final color, but this will give me a good block-in color at least to start. We got these weird. We'll let sit for a few. Feels like it's like a little mustache man. Oh, hey, I am the mustache one. Oh, I come to chop you up. Ha ha ha. Okay, having that. Like I said, we're gonna do those tentacles in a pink and purple. Blocking some of this in, even with this color, is gonna help that get more poppy. After eating, I definitely kind of hit a little bit of a mental lull here as far as conversational topics. You guys have something? Throw some shit on the wall. Let's see what we can jam. I don't want to feel like I have to just sit here and alliterate all the steps. Because you can see it happening, right? I was just thinking, what is the intent of that color on the hilt? This is the same color that we were doing some of the brighter body herpes on. Let me refocus here. So when we were doing some of the brighter body herpes, this is that color. Like I said, we're gonna go into Warlord purple, and then we'll go over top of that with the pink. And I'm actually thinking, just for extra pops of color, probably going into like dark turquoise and turquoise, which I don't know. Whoa. I just knocked him off the fan. Because he's got these little like tubers on him all throughout. What's this not? Oh, hold on. He's not sitting properly. Can I get him? I thought I had him on the lower portion of this stand. There we go. Well, sort of. There you go. Xanlarks, I don't know if you've seen this. This is a tank. This is not quite the turquoise stuff, but trying to bring in some of this. This is for a different client, so it really doesn't have to match, but going with the same colors, like bringing in some of these blues, but like I said, I want to kind of go more turquoise to accentuate some of like the grubs and shit crawling out of them. But as I work in here, like I'm thinking, like in the face areas of all the skulls, I'm gonna just kind of loosely layer in some of this messed up bone color on here that I've made. It's really just trying to lay down a bright color, knowing I want to go bright colors over top of it, and it's just something I have made. Like I could dump out white, or I could. In truth, so say I'm working this color here, and when I get down in here, if I have a little bit of a spillover touching around this, it works as like say I'm right here and I'm like, oh, I just did that. Okay, it's just a little highlight on something with the color that's on there. Rather than always, like any model I do typically has, I always think like my basic paint job has like 12 to 14 colors. It's not that I need to limit that, but in doing so, in a situation like this, it creates, easy fixes for errors. So if I'm on here with this, and I do this, and maybe I come back over top of these little tubers with a contrast at some point, because I'm feeling my way through the project. I don't have a full paint plan for this part of it. So now that I have this on there, it's also kind of like, okay, like this little tuber's coming out of here. Maybe we just do like some stippling around this. Even though I know I'm going to come back with purples or not purples, but Warlord purple, or maybe I come back with the magentas. Now in going so around this, I'm using the same color in areas that I know it would be necessary anyway. This part of the fingernail we talked about earlier, we've got like some of the other fingernails, which we're kind of getting into like a gray, black, brown kind of stuff. But again, similar situation here. Okay, cool. By the time it comes back through, it's going to look like an edge highlight. So. any model I do generally has minimum 12, 14 colors, but if I can work with this past year, like it's kind of one of things like rather than always dumping out a new color for a new thing, it's like
work with what's on my palette. So
it is a heck of a curly thumbnail.
it's his Coke nail, bro. Yeah, so the box art, I believe, is like blacks and grays for the nails.
Yeah, well, so yeah, they're kind of like black gray there. Yeah, it's here. It's hard to say. It's a super dark brown, but I didn't want to get into the color palette that's the same as. I didn't want to go in the same color palette as the horns, because yeah, it's all some kind of cartilage type deal, right? But it should be a different color. And having worked with those these game color deals, these colors, they don't have the best coverage, so having a brighter color underneath helps me build up to it. Like I said, I could easily just be like, cool, I'm going to break out like bright warm gray and do that too, but at this point I don't have bright warm gray on my palette. I have this other color out here. I'm just making use of what's out here. Just something over the last year as I've been doing stuff, like
Some of that stuff, it's kind of been a, I don't know, a streamlining of the process a little bit here and there.
something that's been really on my mind as far as like my paint in general is trying to go farther pushing contrast. I don't know if it's just my style or how I've like years ago I used to like I was looking at some older pieces from 5, 6, 7 years ago, and I used to be more expressive in my shadow, especially like on my AdMech pieces. And it's kind of one of the things where like I really liked what I was doing back then, so it's kind of like, okay, how do I get back to that? And also do it like I've gone brighter. At the time when I was painting AdMech, I was still very much like figuring my style, and you know, you always are. Your style, you're always working on your style, trying to change things or improve. So it's like, okay, I used to do a thing that I go back and I really like the look of, like, hey, let's incorporate that back into my style because I've gotten away from it. And it's not to say that I don't have color variance or shadow depth on pieces, it's just not to the same extreme. And it's one of the things too, it's like whenever people are looking at stuff online, like truly, and I don't like the thought of I'm painting for display purposes. I'm always still painting for tabletop purposes, but how does it look better on the table? So if I just started with greens on this badass here, so if I started with just greens and started painting them, that would look totally different. Like you can see, it's purple and blues that I shot from underneath. There's 2 purples and a blue that I shot from underneath. And this guy, like, I originally, like, after I did it, I was like, oh, maybe I just do a purple and blue Great Unclean one and come in with like some lighter purples and stuff. And I was like, no, we're sticking with green, but I'm gonna leave that on there. Purple and green work together. Then you get the oranges and the yellows. Using color theory, building, you know, your paint scheme. Just kind of getting back. I wouldn't say to my roots, but kind of getting back into the roots of art and color theory a little bit, because I've done a lot of work where I've been told what to paint and how to paint, and you know, like even like last year I had a project, it was a Necron project, and I was quite miserable on it. The guy mailed me his GW paints because he wanted the exact matches, and then as I was working through the process of painting his models, he was telling me, oh, that color doesn't go here, that color goes there. And I got to the point where like, listen, as much as I can be a paint monkey, I don't want to be. If there's no artistic freedom in this project, then I'm not the artist for you. You need a day laborer paint guy. Good luck, find that person. And he was like, okay. He's like, yeah, you're right. You know, I was like, you know, the guy did most of his own stuff previously anyway. It's just kind of one of the things of like, hey, look, dude, like, this isn't what I want to do. I know it's going to cost me. So you like the two models? Oh yeah, because you know the expression of just like, hey, figure out what's in what. So the first one, I was really pumped to do both of them. The Lucius model, that progressed on like as I was in a bad headspace and I couldn't find the motivation to come up with it of how I wanted to do it. I never really heard back from you. Like, were you happy about it? Like, or were there things you liked or disliked about it? I mean, I'm always open for your interpretation of, hey, maybe this could have been this way or whatever. It was a quite technical piece, and there was a lot of times, especially when I was not in a great headspace. You've not even opened it? What? Crawl your ass across the room and open it. What? So that thing could be in 60 pieces because some UPS asshole decided to drop kick it. Were you disappointed with the pictures and you're like, no, I don't want to see it? Or are you just kind of like, I don't have time and space for it because everything else kind of hit the fan around it? Well, you don't hate me over it. Didn't want to knock it over and break. Oh. That's fair. I mean, it is that Warlord Games resin stuff, or whatever. Is it Warlord Games? Yeah, that's a Warlord Games piece, I think. That should be pretty solid. Like, I wouldn't go kicking it across the room, but if it's going to sit on a shelf, or even get some table plate, it'll be fine. You broke the bile? Is it repairable? Like, even if you need to send it back to me, like, I'll get it buttoned up if it's not shattered. And that was a GW piece. Oh, yeah. Did it come to you broken? Because I felt like, if I remember correctly, I actually packed that in like a clear plastic thing and then bubble wrapped around that. Oh, wow. It just got broke, kind of shifting around, you know, in your space. That sucks. I know you're possibly lacking the motor skill to mess with it. Dude. Just box it up and ship it back, and I'll give it the old button job and, you know, see what I can do for it and salvage it. He was quite spindly. Like I said, the bile thing, the working on it, I had a kind of a paint plan and a couple images that I was working off of that gave me good motivation. Even, you know, like I wasn't doing a copy job of someone else's thing, but like when I saw someone else doing like the skin cloak thing, I was like, okay, cool. It looks fine. Which one looks fine? The bile? Or did you just open up the Lucius? Oh, okay, it looks fine. Okay, patched up now. Yeah, I mean, they're both really highly technical pieces, and truth be told, some of the stuff, like, give me a second, like how he's got all those glass vials and stuff like there, and I tried to make it look like they were different chemicals in his vials. Even now, it's one of them things, like, until you get into a piece like that to realize that you're at the skill level to fuck with that. I'm working on this Lord of Skulls, and I'm doing a similar thing because it's got these tanks. So you get these tanks, and you want them to look like vats. Like, for me to get these to look like actual, like, fluid in the tanks, it's a skill check. And, you know, like I'm intentionally working on like streaking, like they're streaky intentionally, you know, the color choices to make them look different. Some look better than others. It's just every painter, you're just kind of, you know, working with them in your ear. Didn't care for how the lighting effect you tried on the blue. The red came out a lot nicer. Yeah, and that's like, even on there, like I like the blue better than the red, and you're saying you like the red better than the blue, and it's it's choices you make along the way. Sometimes it's like, from my side, it's like, oh, I might like it, and then you're like, oh, I'm not vibing that. In truth, though, like that's one of them things too. Like, totally, you just be like, hey, you know, when we do the pictures, like, hey, I don't really care for that. Like, tell me and make the adjustments. Yeah, that's that's, you know, the thing I'm having on those hazard tanks on there is you're trying to make this 3D thing look like 2D liquid inside the tanks, and it's a skill check, right? It's a skill check for sure. I'd have to actually go pull up pictures of it again to even look at them operating from memory here. Yep, well, let's say it's a hard effect, but it's also one of the things to ever get better as a painter outside of, you know, doing gobs of dumb practice on nothing until you put it on a piece and look at it next to other areas. Just gotta fucking try. And, you know, that was the thing. Like, I don't even remember how long I spent on that model. I think off and on I was probably in and out of it for 30-ish hours, if I recall. Like the Lucius deal, I remember having a good idea for like his flesh armor, and like when I first did the first shoulder pad, and then, you know, I lost motivation on it because headspace had nothing to do with the model. It was just me in my own world. And when I came back to it, it was just... It's, you know, it's what's the intended look, right? My voice died? Oh, the mic probably cut because I was clearing my throat. I was asking, were you wanting it to look like slime? Yeah, it's it's the pickup. You know, as I continue talking, I need to drink more water or more something. Kind of. Kind of was referring to like how you wanted the sword to look, I guess. Yeah, trying effects. It's literally that you're just trying to do stuff, and it, on some of the smaller pieces, especially like Lucius's skin armor, the tanks on Bile. You only get so much working time on a small area like some of those pieces, and when you're not proficient, those kind of techniques, trying to work through them, like in hindsight, like thinking back about it, maybe doing something like an Ard coat over top of those vials, maybe look, if I'd have done an Ard coat, give it that glass look, a wet look, and because I was thinking about that on those tanks there, maybe I need to put a gloss or an Ard coat over top of it, and it gives it more of a fluid, because then you have 3D effect of it being more liquid. Because, you know, you have a flat pane that you're trying to build depth into it. I think maybe on those tanks, I need to come in with some darker colors and punch in like there's some swirl and jostling going on at the top more. But at that time, it's like, now I'm trying to paint like 2D waves, which I just did the stipple thing to represent kind of like maybe some bubbling in there. I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. It's a learning curve, and wrapping my head around those processes. That's actually why that piece is kind of you need more highlights on the blade. Yeah, so I've got my blue Bellicor. I don't hang on one second. I'm not sure if he's here. We can actually kind of digest him. And you know, again, like my blue Bellicor, it's a 30-hour piece, and I could easily pick it up and go back into it for another 10, 12 hours and refine things and try other stuff, and then possibly fuck it up and create more work. Ultimately, a lot of times, especially on the commission side, because the blue Bellicor was originally done to be given away at an event. And it was just kind of things like when I went into it originally, I was like, okay, I'll give it 20 hours. And like I said, I went harder and went closer to 30 hours. And I was happy to give it away. And I got lucky. The fact that the guy that won it is a personal friend. And he approached me back like a year later. Actually, the guy I'm doing this for was going to buy it. But the guy that won it, we'd made a verbal agreement that, hey, if you ever decide to sell it, because he's not a demon guy, it was just going to sit on a shelf. If you ever decide to sell it, give me dibs to try and buy it back, and I'll match whatever you ask for it if it's within my budget. Well, Brett was going to sell it to TJ, the guy that owns this, and they'd agreed on $300. And Brett came to me and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to let that go over to TJ for $300 because he needs it. He wants to do tournament play with it." And at first, I was kind of like, "Nah, I don't really want it going around." But then I was like, you know what? It's a good enough looking piece for me that if he's playing it on the tables, it can be a promotional piece of like, you know, people look at it like this piece. People will look at it like, "Hey, who did your Great Unclean one?" He'll be, "Oh, Tim over at Paint Station." And okay, cool. Then you know it's beneficial for me to. So he rolled the Bellicor out for probably 8 months. Like I bought it, I bought my own model back, and then didn't see it for almost a year because he was out playing with it. But you know, he's also. Like with this, TJ always just, he's like, "I need a Great Unclean one." "What color?" "I don't give a fuck. Paint it." "Okay." You know, and you know, the bigger pieces I kind of know like where we're at budget wise. Like I did $450 for this. Like I said, I'm going to be 20 hours in, so okay, so I'm in for $21 an hour. It's not great money, but it's I get to go. If I tell him $700, he's like, "I'll find someone else to do it." Like you learn your clientele for something like that, and it's. Not every model I do gets to be, you know, $48 an hour. Actually, they're rarely like a $40 an hour. Like if I stay in that $20 an hour range, I know my bills are paid and I got beer money at the end of the day. So I'm happy in there. Sometimes things work, and truth be told, sometimes things work out. Like if I tell someone, say $300 for a 10-man unit, and I'm done with it in say 15 hours, and if I look at them like I don't feel that they're worth $30 a model, I'm like, give me $250 instead of $300. Oh, okay, cool. On the flip side, people equally, you know, like they'll look at a piece like this and I tell them $450, and then they get it in their hand. They're like, "Whoa, dude, that looks great. Here's $500. Okay, cool." Like it's a toss back and forth. Like we did Army earlier this year, at World Eaters Army earlier this year. I'd have to look back on my books to find out what the cost of that was, but I know he threw me an extra $200 on the end, and we were 6 weeks late with it because that's when I had the guy in Colorado working for me. He had that project and he missed the deadline on it. Now that ended up being kind of a wash because since he missed an event because we missed the deadline, I also bought him tickets to 2 more following events, which cost me $140. But you know, I was happy to do it because we missed the deadline. He actually straight up didn't even bring another army. He canceled the event. You know, but that's one thing. Like that's the only deadline I've ever really missed for like tournament guys. Like TJ, he's hit me with some stuff. Like, "Hey, get this table ready and I'll bring it back to you." And like, okay, cool. Like, no problem doing that kind of stuff. Let me see if I have that Bellicor here. It might be on display at the store. Yeah, it's here. I have the Bellicor here. Case in point with this. Instant thoughts. Go back in, punch up the eyes. Do more there. Get the teeth. The tongue's a little grayed out. That's the clear coat. All the metallic is kind of whatever. I was going like on here. I'm a little sloppy with my highlighting in here. This is also a couple-year-old piece. Color-wise, I maybe do. This is the burgundy wine color right here. It's a Reaper color, burgundy wine. I probably don't go in with burgundy wine on a cot cloth. I do something maybe a little bit more crimson or something that pops out a little more. Like I had a set of tones that I was wanting to stay in. I made a decision with the muscles based on time. I had all this brown for all this chitness armor that I like, and it's fine. I could do it better, but then I went with a purple down here, which should be brown down here for color balance, and then his body color with the lavenders, I should have that worked into here instead of doing the brown. Working around the base. Yeah, so one thing with this too, so when I was doing this, and I never went back and did it. So in the World of Warcraft movie, when the orcs come through the big fucking lake and all the ground is dying off and getting dead around them, and it's that neon green. So what I intended to do, and I never went back and did, you notice I also used texture paste. There's not a fucking skull on this base because there's like 983,000.2 skulls on the base. I used texture paste and packed all that shit in. What I intended to do would be to take like kind of a line of white and then airbrush in real feathered with white, and I wanted to give it in the movie how like it's all like the green bioluminescent energy is spreading out and killing off all the grass. I wanted to do that with this base to where like this is coming out of the ground and killing off like a grass field. He's spawned in on his little fucking pillar of fuck your world. And it, like I said, it came down to a time thing. I'm not a fan of the sword. Like the sword is definitely block in some colors, contrast it, dry brush, and get it done. Like I said, I just found myself up against the clock on some stuff. Currently, to look at this and say this is a 25-30 hour piece, I could probably get back to this level in 15 to 20 hours. And it'd probably have some stuff that I'm a little more proud of. Like I know, like I had the chains off when I was working on it to spray the wings without issues. But then that created further issues. Like once I had it on there, then I had to come back and I had to glue them in. So like there's some weird glue dobby stuff in there that I'm not too proud of. But again, this is a giveaway model. So like something like this right here, you have, this is like one of those, like Ultramarines always have the fucking leaves around their head. I should totally come back in and throw some green on that and do that. These spikes, these hooks, I can come back in and get rid of all the gold, break up the sea of gold that's on there. Like, legit, like, right here, if you have gold chains and now you have the silver hook hanging from it, that alone already helps this piece. Just by coming in and doing this. I mean, we're not going to fuck with this piece. But, like, stuff like that. And then, you know, once you have that piece on there, like, just the quick little things that I didn't do that I could have or should have done. So, again, you have that. You know, I already had the silver out because it's there. It's elsewhere, right? So once that silver's out, you hit those hooks. And then just kind of come in and give it a little highlight across the front of that hook. You know, like that. That adds that extra little layer of pop within the piece. Now the hooks stand out. Heaven forbid I went in there and got that green. Like I said, the skulls, I just threw like the skulls were all gold. Last minute, I realized I was like, fuck, why do I have golden skulls on there? Like you can see, maybe, it's a hard angle for the camera. Like you can see back, wash, I didn't get back in the wash in here on this one with the crown. There's, like I didn't get Agrax punched back in here on the skull. Like there's some sloppiness to it that I'm not proud of. And that's most of the skulls, like the backs of the skulls, almost all of them. They're just, things I could have and should have done better. But like I said, it's a 2-year-old, maybe 3-year-old piece. You know, you're always learning. But it ultimately, the big thing I'm really happy with is I was doing at the time I was working on like a directional airbrushing. So like doing the great Unclean one, you've got the purple underneath, which I sprayed with contrast, but then it's super bright from the top. So I was like, I remember holding the wings, you know, off the model. Like I'm holding the wings and I'm airbrushing like coming along, and like this blue, this is not a dry brush. This highlighting of these stripes and these striations, that's actually done with airbrush, not dry brush. Like the airbrush, it's hard to demonstrate this. So if this model's here, I'm actually airbrushing about 4 inches above it and letting the mist on the cone of the overspray catch those edges. And it was just kind of like I had watched a video on edge highlighting with an airbrush. And I was like, cool, let's try it. Now it didn't work as well on the inside of this, but it also, you don't get the streaking that you would have as a dry brush. So, you know, it's, again, playing with techniques. And I've used that elsewhere. You know, I did some of that with this. Like when we were highlighting this guy up, I was explicitly like holding him like this and shooting across this way. That's why you get such a good combo of dark, light really quick. Just because I'm not spraying at it, I'm spraying over it. Doing those kind of pieces. And that's the thing. So keep in mind, if the same person were playing these, because you can make a list with the two of these. If you had these two on a table across from you and you're playing, oh man, dude, let's just enjoy what's across the table and be appreciative of what's on there. Because like I said, not a display planer. I've tried and I'm doing. I want to do better, but at the same time, it's practice and reps. This year, I definitely feel an improvement in my paint. Last year and the prior year, I didn't have as many pieces to get better on. And a lot of the pieces that I did have, because, you know, I went from, I need to see lots of areas of improvement, but at the same time, it's better than 98% what people, yeah. And that's the thing, right? So, like, I hit a level, and I came into commission painting full time because, you know, COVID pushed me into it. And when I hit that level, it's like, okay, there's a living to be made here from it. The push for myself to get better wasn't there because I was inundated with models. So I only did like 5 or 6 full armies last year. But going into January, so last year started with the Harlequin Witch hybrid kill team, or was it Blood Bowl team? Whatever it was, like that Harlequin type project. In January of last year, that broke my streak of an army a month. So January of last year, prior to that, at that December, was like 15 or 16 months straight of doing at least a 2K list a month. Sometimes it's a 3 or 4 or 5K list. So doing, you know, in bulk, an army a month, you don't have a whole lot of options and time other than like pick a character here kind of thing. But, you know, whenever your pricing was so tight, and that's one thing, like my pricings had to go up. One, just because I was, you know, if I can paint 10 models for $30 a piece versus painting, you know, at that kind of price versus I'm going to paint 200 models at $10 a piece, which one should you do? No, but it's also, I've had to get better to, you know, establish myself to be able to take on those kind of pieces for work as well. I think that was all the tentacles around dude. Burned myself on a smoker when I was up in Illinois catering that benefit event. That's when I had started my day off. Yeah, one, that's the thing too, like being open and going with, hey, like being self-critical, I guess. So, you know, yeah, that's a burn. It was like 38 degrees and there was like a little bit of ice forming on the tips of the grass. Because there's about a 100-yard walk from the house to where the smoker is. And
So when I was walking out there, like I got some, the bottom of my shoes got slick, and when I have to step up onto the smoker because it's on a trailer, I slipped and I just kind of reached out and I caught myself. I had a heat glove on, but the heat glove wasn't fully on. I was in the middle. I was stepping up while putting the glove on, and I didn't have it all the way down, and it just kind of caught out, and like I caught the edge of the smoker, and of course that's the burn box down there. So yeah, that's a burn. There's like that was part of the burn. That maybe not as burn. That's more probably like I hit my hand on the smoker and just kind of cut me. Yeah, I slipped. It happens. All right. Think. You know, even some of the stuff too, like I said, like one of the things we pointed out when we were looking at the older Bellicor model, when I worked on this last week, I said, okay, let's spend an hour on the face, right? So we ended up spending closer to 2 hours on the face, and it's going to be harder to see, like that's max zoom. But, you know, I went for, like you can kind of tell, especially if I bump the contrast up on this a touch. On the eye specifically, I kind of went for like that cat stripe in the eye. Just doing stuff like that. I wouldn't have tried that on that Bellicor model. I just didn't have the hand for it. Didn't feel I had the technical proficiency for it. So some of the stuff, you know, over the last year or so, you know, hey, until you try it, you know, you don't know if it's going to work or not. I did that on the first Angron I did. I went real hard into the eye and stuff like that. But then again, I don't actually, you probably didn't even see this. Remember last year when I was working on that 30K Thousand Sons Army? He brought me some more stuff back, and this is one of the pieces he brought back this year to work on. Even working on here, like how I did the pieces last year, coming and having like the more crisp Achilles, and it, you know, even under the big camera here, like I'm looking at, it can be better, but I'm doing stuff like this is like these are, you know, freehanding nice stripes in there. This shit across the back, like working this across. I wouldn't have tried this stuff 2 years ago. You know, is it perfect? Absolutely not. Does it add not value, but does it add expression to the model? Yeah. Like, instead of having the rest of his models all have black and gray cloaks done similarly, now this one's got this extra bit on here. Little things, like I said, like this gray stripe across the black here. The rest of his stuff, it's all just red, gray, or it's red, black, red, black. So doing other stuff, like there's, you know, you pick and choose your battles when you want to try and get better, and that's kind of where we're at, is like a little bit of a... Also, why I really need to work on my Angron Ambassador. Dude, so I have another Angron in here to do, but it's going to be converted to Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's why I have the green Lord of Change, because it's part of a Ninja Turtle World Eater army. But that project's now being mothballed for a bit. Yeah, so it's probably about 3,000 points of World Eaters, but it's mothballed. The owner, his mom's been diagnosed with breast cancer, and she lives in Puerto Rico, and he knows the next year or so is going to be a lot of flying back and forth to Puerto Rico. So we were talking about it the other day. He actually picked me up from the airport. What we were talking about, I was like, hey, do you want to push that? Like, I'm assuming you're not wanting to commit to it now. And he's like, oh, yeah, dude. He's like, I got to pull the plug. It's like, okay. Yep, that's fine. We'll box it, and it'll sit. It'll be here when you're ready.
But yeah, it's a cool project, and it's like a dream passion project for him. So last bits of things I need to block in. I need to get something going on these skulls in these swords. Yeah, so I actually bought the what is that box? The Dark Angel box with the Chaos Space Marines. I bought that whole box just for Vashtor, and then like 4 weeks later, Vashtor came out as a solo model. So I sold off most of the Space Marine shit in there, and like Azrael I sold off, the Terminators I sold off. I think I sold all the Space Marine shit off in there. But I basically got Vashtor for free by buying that box. So I sold off the rest of the pieces. I think it was like a $160 box. Hang on, actually. He's trying to hit me up for lunch. I just bought the Chaos Space Marine half of the box for $80. Yeah, so I sold off the Terminators. Well, I sold off Azrael for 50, I think, 40 or 50. Sold off the rest of the Space Marine stuff. I don't know if it's just Terminators in there for like $100 or something like that. So I might be $20 in for a Vashtor, and I have all the other Chaos shit. Okay. Okay, so we're on for these guys. Alright, we'll build up from Dark Turquoise. I think it's going to be You know what? I have the gray out here. We can build the Dark Turquoise off this gray. We are going to go back in with white ink or white... That's one of the things too. Like the more painting you do, like even now, just doing this, like getting the reps in over time, having the confidence to just kind of like speed block in this shit. You know, I in the past I'd spend an hour or 2 hours probably trying to do this. Now it's going to be like a 20-30 minute type thing. But it's also understanding more about how the paint's going to work in layers versus not understanding some of that stuff would work in the past. And shit like doing better at knowing how to load a brush. Loading a brush properly. That and it's quite honestly, as an artist, a lot of it for the improvement I've seen just comes from the reps of doing this shit repeatedly. Some of it is absolutely, hey, got to take the time to work on brush control stuff a little bit better. But then there's also like load the brush palette. Yeah. Like, there's only 3 paints on the wet palette here. This is a mix. This is straight, and this is pretty straight. But there are 3 different paints, all from the same company. But, or actually, no, they're not. One's from Reaper, or Pro Acryl. But, even though they're the same brand of paints, they're going to load differently. Like, for what I'm doing here, I know, like, because I'm basically doing a sloppy dry brush, I can get away with, I want a drier paint. I actually rarely watch paint videos on YouTube anymore. More often anymore, I watch videos regarding like color theory. As far as like lines and brush control, I kind of did a deep dive on like pinstriping for a while. Like there's a couple people I ended up following on Instagram, and like they'd be pinstriping cars and motorcycles, and like just taking note of like how their hands, you know, like if they're pinstriping, there are different brush types, right? They're actually more like a like an expanded version of this. So you'd have this, and you load the brush really heavy. So say you kind of had this here, and then you would drag that out a little bit. Now you've got a big brush load, but then seeing them, like your normal mini painter thing is, oh, I want to paint with the tip of my brush. But watching the pinstripers, they're like splotch and load, and then they're twisting the brush and working that load out. Just taking mental cues from other forms of art. That's been particularly helpful doing different things. Oh, Chester. What do you listen in the new Linkin Park? I saw some stuff with their new female vocalist, and it's not bad, but you have to go into it with the mindset of, hey, it's not Chester, she sounds different, and it's basically a new band, and I think they're gonna be okay.
Sometimes I don't make sense. What you never want to say, but I've never had a doubt. It's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you for once just to hear me out. So let go, watching you.
I haven't listened to anything new, just like 2000 stuff.
Yeah,
Well, like I said, they dropped a new album. I think a whole new album. They've had some singles coming out. There's a lot of shit
on social people because they're like, basically people want Chester voice.
Sorry, you're not gonna get Chester voice. They said, part of me says maybe they should have changed the band name, but you're only changing one member, and bands have survived off of changing a single member in the past. I mean, Metallica went through half a dozen people, like when they lost somebody. Hell, Pantera's out touring doing stuff, and there's only 2 of the original people left. Dimebag and his brother Vinnie Paul are all dead. Still out. You got Phil Anselmo and I can't remember the other guy's name. The bass player, I think it was. Like, they're still out touring and doing stuff under the Pantera name. And I'm sure there's people that look at it like, oh, fuck. About to hit my first 6-hour log of the day. Still no items since last. Gotcha. You got this, Torvald. You'll get it. Need to break the dry streak. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, last chat. So when I go into Messenger for some reason, that shit, like, kicks back out. I don't know why Twitch chat can't stay. Again, this is why, like, I'm looking at a monitor or maybe even a tablet. I wanted a tablet at the beginning of this year for chat separate, but phone works. Phone works most of the time, right? I do wish it was a longer thing because I have the activity feed up and yeah, it gets a little... Oh, by the way, Rick, did you see the Space Shark, the Carcharodon Chaplain that I've been working on? I don't know if you were around when I was showing it off earlier last week on some streams. Like, I did non-metallic gold for the first time in like 2 years. While not perfect, because it's not, you know, most non-met is done for photos, and this is still for a tabletop piece. I'm pretty happy with it because, you know, like when you're doing it for photos, you've got one perfect angle for your light source, which is not something I could do for a tabletop. You know, it'll be. Can it be better? Absolutely. But again, it's one of the things of like knowing what I need it for and how I need it to look. I'm happy with it because it's been the last time I did non-metallic gold. There was a Korgath model that I did that a guy was proxying into his what's the name of that game? Kings of War Army. Yeah, again, working like the crispness and like the color choices. Like I said, normally you'd have this guy pose with a light source and you do your thing, but trying to give it an all-comers non-metallic gold look. A part of me kind of wants to. I didn't know if I dropped it yesterday or not. Talk about like I'm happy with it because I want to show it off. But yeah. So it's converted. Like he's got the claws. You've got a here like a quick because this is going to get covered in its own color. So you have like the shark 3D bit on here. You've got the teeth all up and around here. The weapon. Yeah. That's obviously like I probably do some silver in here for these guys around these pieces of skull, or maybe do like silver non-matte. Like okay, there's like a little bit of a start of it possibly. Need to do the leather pieces first before I really get too crazy into it. The cloak needs to be like a dark blue, so I'll probably go into like Payne's gray and build up from there. Yeah, dude. Just some. Oh yeah, there's a shark bit thing right here as well. You didn't do one on the backside. Yeah, so this is the commemorative chaplain. Buddy that I do all these space sharks for, it was sitting here and he asked about it. I was like, yeah, dude, fucking bash it up. So he did. I probably, one of the things, headspace, right? I probably should have had it done a long time ago, but it is what it is. I feel like I need to move this way to be under the camera properly. Maybe, is it fine? Yeah, I actually need to go in here. They used to set my paper. Hey, thank you, Torval. Didn't realize there was a thing. I don't know how to do those. That's why we got a mod. Yeah. Actually, while I have this chrome out, Yeah. You do you. Thanks for the chat, man. Happy to have someone keeping me active. Corval got it early. You're in for now. Good, man. Appreciate you. All right, so we're going to go into the dark turquoise. We'll build up the turquoise, and then I'll splat down some white of some kind. We'll work on some glowness into these guys. Do some neon green for the OSL type stuff for the flame jobs here.
It starts with
One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to remind myself how I tried so hard. In spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property, remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm surprised it got so. Things aren't the way they were before. You wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. You kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I've put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I've put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
RT. I'm gonna go get water. I'll be back in just a second. I'm not even throw the screen. I'll be right back. Mikey! Had an idea while I went to go get some water. Confirm you're here when you get a sec. When you do your roundabout look at other channels for things, no sir, just him or dipshit, or whatever. No sir, not your daddy. Channel points. Something for us to look at as we kind of dig into other channels. There's got to be something better. Nobody really does them. Like Lycan's a good use of them. Yeah, it's a fun thing people like to use. Look at other channels, channel points. Like when I first came back to streaming in 2020, I was definitely more on a video game side of things before the paint thing. So there's some weird stuff in there. Like I think I got rid of it. Like I had a thing like pay channel points to name something. Ironically, Lycan wanted to name like my paint shaker, which is okay. But at the time I was playing City Skylines, and it was really like name a building or a road or something like that. But yeah, just something for us to look at when we're doing a deep dive on, you know, on channel upgrades over the next, I don't know, couple months or so. Reasonable, some things are not. I mean, million points I paint a model kind of thing or whatever, you know, it's should be fun things. Fun things and non-distractive things. Like, I think there was one at one time of like take a stretch. Like that's actually kind of good if anybody uses it, because I do forget to get up, take a stretch. Speaking of, we're pushing 4 hours. It's time for me to get up and take a stretch here in a bit. Actually, as soon as I'm done with this color, we'll do so. It can always hit me with the hydrate. You know, just you know, as this grows, if it does, give the people with points a reason to use them rather than just collect them. Although if we put like, you know, say like on a real number, 100,000 points gets you a small model commission or something like that. Now my cat wants outside. She's gonna drive me crazy. Open a window. And I don't necessarily know about any kind of free commission work, because I mean, that's like, you know, giving away my one skill for free kind of thing. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I am catering an event December 6th, 7th weekend, or 7th, 8th weekend, whatever that is. We are going to raffle off some auction time, but it's a tiered thing. The raffle would be based on however many tickets we sell will determine how many hours of commission time we give out. Like if we're doing $5 tickets, so arbitrarily if we sell 100 tickets, that's $500. Okay, cool. I can easily give away 20, 25 hours of commission time, and at least I'm paid back for my time, and I get some kind of cool pieces that people want to maybe add to their army or something like that. You know, if they get a if they get a 5-hour commission and they hand me a great unclean one, that's not the model to spend 5 hours on unless you want to throw some more money back at it to do, you know, push it, because you know, see what I'm saying? Like, I'll have those conversations with people on the side, but you know, it's kind of one of the things, like give back to the community kind of thing or whatever. need to. We're gonna go full nerd goggle so I don't get too heavy-handed with this color going in here. And speaking of.
From the wasteland, cold steel under my waistband. Hazardous times, enemy lines drawn in the middle of the streets. The concrete stained with blood. I still got to eat. When I hit the street, I made the man understand. I fought with flesh and I bled like a man. I rode that edge of darkness, my friend. Stood up to the enemy, so life could begin. You know you got to back the fuck up. You know you got to back the fuck up. You know you got to back the fuck up. You know you got to back the fuck up. Back up off of me. Back up off of me. Back up. Traces of ignorance opens up hatred. The faces change in the same old places. Dark nights and lost souls collide across those thin lines between a death and dream. I never wanted to lead your leash, to pull around a ton of grief. I'll come back with a fist of lead to educate your mind with a blow to your head. You know you got to back the fuck up. You know you got to back the fuck up. You know you got to back the fuck up. You know you got to back the fuck up. Back up off of me. Back up off of me. Don't let the time pass waiting for the answer. Don't let the time pass waiting for the answer. Don't let the time pass waiting for the answer. Don't let the time pass waiting for the answer. You are exposed to all of the danger. 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 You know you got to back the fuck up. Back up off of me. You know you got to back the fuck up. Back up off of me. You know you got to back the fuck up. Back up off of me. Don't let the time pass waiting for the answers. Don't let the time pass waiting for the answer.
little bit more volume on a brush. Wouldn't have thought to use that teal blue for skulls. I like it. Well, and then I'm going to go back in over top of it with a white ink and get a glow from up inside of it. So some of this is prompted by the fact that the Texas tournament circuit, there's a group of guys that are really trying to push for higher level paint across the board. And the guy I'm doing this for, he actually does want to participate in that. Case in point, his demon army last year or the year before for ITC, you know, the tournament circus, they do hobby tracks, which is the hobby score. He actually got best painted demons a year or two ago with 90% my work. So now it's kind of a point of like, hey, push harder, maintain. But one of the things too, like they have here in Texas, like the rubric that they're, and I fucking hate paint rubrics, because there are people who will paint to a rubric and get a higher paint score than something that's more custom like this. And side by side, you wouldn't think, oh, that's even fucking close. But because they paint to match the rubric and hit all the things, like I don't do, like one of their things is conversion work. Well, there's no real conversion work because it's, you know, straight stuff. OSL, there's not a whole bunch of OSL in this army, so he loses like the bonus points for that kind of stuff. Whereas other people, they just take a fucking airbrush and blow out a light source. Oh, there's your OSL, 5 points. Like, fuck off. Like, it looks like shit. So, but we're trying to do things, you know, that's what I say. So if I do this and I kind of give it that glowy look, cool, OSL, check. If I break out the hot glue gun and we do drippy titty milk from him, conversion work. Technically doing the magnets, in my opinion, magnetizing models, that's conversion work, but I don't necessarily know that that counts for these guys. I get it in a sense, but at the same time, you know, like any system where it's a checkbox thing and it's because they're trying to take impartiality out of it and give it a thing, like that's fine, but at the same time you have to visually look at stuff and be like, okay, is that a good paint job or not? And sometimes like that's just been a fucking hard miss with those people. But to stay up on, like, his display board gets knocked because, you know, yes, it's a display board, so you get bonus points for bringing it, but then you have the other people with their display boards that have fucking lights and smoke, and yeah, it becomes gamified because, you know, if I can paint to a checklist, and that's unfortunately, like, with this particular aspect of this model, we're trying to check a box, period. I normally wouldn't do this either, other than the fact that rule of cool if I had the idea for it. But you know, when we were discussing this, we're like, how could we get some OSL even into this piece? And it was something simple originally, like, hey, these flamey things, I can paint these flamey. But then at the same time, so if these are on this hand over here, sorry, like camera, like these flamey pieces, do I have to have the OSL off on the model? Well, if that's the case, then as soon as we put this arm on, then that OSL looks out of place. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. But we're trying to hit some metrics to help the paint score stuff because, and unfortunately it doesn't help. There are events that he goes to because he's part of a specific team that plays these events. There are people that don't like the team, and it's pretty fucking obvious when the entire team gets lower paint scores versus shittier fucking armies. But then the people who are doing the judging, they're buddies with people on the other team, they get higher paint scores. Like, there's a lack of objectivity going around. But doing something like this, you know, it gives them a reason of like, hey, you can't say there's no OSL. You can't say there's no this. You can't say there's no that. It's... You're fighting the system from within the system. You're playing by their rules. But it's also like, how do you play by the rules and also keep the models fucking cool as hell in the right vein of thought? You know, because I told him, I was like, look, man, if you want me to paint to a rubric, we'll paint to the rubric. But some of the cool shit that I do, like, you're going to lose that because you're going to be restricting my creativity because I'm trying to just check boxes on a paint job. And he was like, I'd rather have your fucking cool play with than check boxes and have shit. Like, okay. Like, that was a decision we made together, you know, about how we were working through his pieces. And because he does chop and change armies a little bit, like he's got... like for his display board specifically, he's like, I'm not even going to take it to Texas events anymore because he's like, it's so not up to the bullshit standard that some, like, people have, like, so you think like Armies on Parade 2x2 or like the quarter board for Armies on Parade. Okay, cool. People have taken that. Like, I saw a display board that someone had that they're traveling around with. It's 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot because it's 4 fucking tiers of stuff inside. You need a goddamn small SUV just to travel around your display board, much less are you actually traveling with people and carpooling like most of these guys do. Now it's like, okay, what if you want to travel out of state? Are you dragging that fucking thing out of state? How are you flying with it? Are you driving to Vegas for LVO? Like I said, some of the stuff that people were doing, it's cool on a hobby level, but it's also irritating as shit of it's affecting the actual tournament play scene. Because, like, when you're trying to get best overall, you got to hit those metrics. So, and that's one of the things, too, like, He's a good enough player. Like, he has a bunch of 5-1 tournaments. He hasn't actually got a 6-0 that I know of. But, I mean, he was...
Last year at LVO, he was 5-0.
And then he went into Game 6 and got beaten, and he didn't make the final day at LVO. Like, he's a good player. But it's just kind of one of things, right? Like, what are we doing with your army? That, and, like, I've had the candid conversations of, like, look, I don't want to paint down to get it painted just to have it on the table type look. I want to paint to what I feel is my level more often. Now, not every piece needs to be a 20-hour fucking great unclean one or whatever this is. Like, so we were 12-ish hours coming into it, so we're at over 16 hours into it. Not everything needs to be a 20-hour piece. Like I had a conversation with another painter yesterday. I don't know that I've ever spent more than 10 or 12 hours on a Space Marine. Say that, and then I think about like your Lucius and stuff like that. I probably have. But I was thinking like your out-of-the-box Space Marines, like one-off characters within an army. Because I don't, like how your pieces, I don't do a lot of those display pieces where they're just going to sit on a fucking shelf. I do more pieces where like, hey, they're going on a game table, and we're going to, play. They're going to get picked up. So like on this, like if this were a display piece, you don't clear coat, matte coat over top your metallics because you want that natural sheen. You probably paint non-metallic if you're really going into it, but like where we're at right now with these, you need to have fingerprint protection. Hell, the owner of this I have saved in my phone is Hammer Fist because he breaks fucking models. Because when you're playing 200, an army with 200 models, you're always doing this. It's inevitable. This is going to get knocked over. Like this particular part here, like this will get knocked over, and eventually it's going to fall improperly. This little thing is going to break, and then I'll have to repair it. Like we call him Big Bird. It's the big ass blue Lord of Change I did a year or two ago. That motherfucker, I've replaced the sword on it and fixed it probably 5 times now. He has it's one of the greater demons, but not a named one. It is a named one. What is that demon it's named? He's got shredded wings. I can't remember the name of it. Like, he straight dropped it getting in and out of his car one night. And he gave it back to me, like, almost tear in his eye. Like, I know, I'm sorry, don't beat me. Scarbrand, thank you. He gave me back Scarbrand in, like, 9 fucking pieces. Okay, we patch it up and go about life. And, that's what you have to do. Like, shit happens. When you're picking up pieces, I mean, you're knocking models off shelf that just sit on your shelf, probably dusting around them. Imagine you're traveling with it. Oh, speaking of, like I said, imagine you're traveling with it and you're getting on and off airplanes and shit. There's definitely a space where those models are going to have issues of getting dropped, banged, dented, and dinged. And he's got some stuff where there's some scratches, and it's kind of one of things like, okay, like he's got, I think some of his screamers maybe are scratched. It's like, okay, do we need to put the time into fixing those? Nah, fuck it, I'm not playing them. They're scratched on the sides where I'm going to be picking them up, moving them anyway. So whatever you fix, that's going to be near impossible because I painted them with inks. It's like whatever you do on there anyway. It's one of those deals of like, can I get... Yeah, that'll seat in there. Yeah, Scarbrand, thank you. I'm struggling to remember that fucker's name. God damn it. Should have known better. I can just rip that glove. Yeah, exactly. Like Lord of Change, like that fucking sword. The sword is what breaks every fucking time. It's just a terrible design. I nearly forgot to put the magnet in this. He would have been a little miffed with me. I hand it to him, and he goes, "Bro, where's my magnet?" Actually, so we eclipsed the 4-hour mark. It's a good opportunity for me to go let this dry, let my hand kind of do its thing. Then I'm going to hit the little boy's room real quick. Getting close. We're getting close. I'm liking where we're at. Like I really figured this was going to be about a 6-hour paint today. We've derailed a little bit. I'm showing some other models. We're chatting. We're having a good time. You know, I'm taking breaks like I should. I need to get up a dry brush and work up some highlights on this stuff. I need to block in this green stuff as well. Once I get in the ink, I gotta find stuff to do for like 30 minutes while the ink kind of settles up. There's some other places I want to play with some inks as well.
I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody has got a body like me, but I gotta think twice before
OSL type stuff for that. I think I do need to do white ink instead of white oil, simply because I don't want to be waiting 2 hours. Hindsight, thinking about that, I need to consider going forward at some point. If we're going to do that kind of stuff, I need to work my way into this part. Bye.
Showing you that door, I gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. Get the fuck up.
My frame is weird. Scratching my balls.
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked, everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, and if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet is a
I'm stocking.
It's just one of those days.
I got a box of like 3,000 of these laying around somewhere. I'm pretty sure this was a bag of 100, and I ordered 3,000. I've had this for 2 years, so I just ordered a lifetime supply of pivots. Whoops. So we're gonna use a Gamsol. Did I use Gamsol? No, that's oils. In my head. You're using isopropyl alcohol. Probably just went a little too thin with that. We'll see here in a second. You're in the mixer. You can do this with white paint too, but before I start doing this, yeah, I mean, inks are like, I like to think of the use of inks as contrast paints on crack, because contrast you can do a fuck ton with, but they're a little bit more forgiving, and they work the opposite, right? Especially with what I'm about to do with doing white, get glow in. Contrast is made to settle, whereas inks will a bright ink will react with this and go brighter, whereas if you put a contrast into it, it's going to go darker. Gives you the opposite effect. So you got to have that difference in mentality. We're going to spray a touch of gloss in the areas that I want to do. Yeah, inks are for airbrushing. Yeah, baby. And actually, thinking about it, I should go with my finer needle airbrush. Oh, come on, machine. Oh, no, I don't want this because we're going to spray clear first. Getting tired, not really getting tired, just getting in my head a little bit. Thinking about process. Like, I'm thinking 6 steps ahead and I need to focus on what I'm doing right this minute. Where is my gloss? I'm using this up because I have it. I need to find a better gloss to use. This stuff gets kind of gummy and it creates a fucking mess. Like, you can see, like, just even this. Like, imagine this shit drying into your airbrush. So, it's fine on a 0.5 needle, but I would absolutely never spray this through my other airbrush, which is a 0.2 right now. And I still need, god damn it. Some of the cracked areas. around old fat ass here. We're gonna work in some different color stuff. There's not many. I wish there was more of that cracked area in his skin. Is it really only just the 2 areas like here? On this. I guess it's just the 4 little areas. And I did get a step ahead of myself. I completely forgot to do a little green block in on the flame piece. I'm just going to use moot green. Yeah, mostly airbrush inks. You can get away with using them to glaze. Glazing on inks isn't a terrible thing. Like they're like contrast. Like you can use it to get into other smaller areas for glazing. This is one of the areas I should have punched in another color so that this green went in a little bit better, but we'll be fine. These are covered up by the skull piece anyway, so it's not going to be too in your face that it's there. It's going to be... This guy a little blow job real quick. Dope. That's it. All right, let me get this cleared out of this. Get this gloss coat cleared out. Like I said, it will ruin an airbrush. Good thing is, an ultrasonic cleaner with isopropyl alcohol does bust that shit up. So if you ever use that varnish and you don't get it perfectly clean, it's not terrible. It's not like the end of the world, but it will gum it up. It's kind of like a rubbery consistency. You just don't like, then you ain't doing it right. You got to get the vibrator and get all up in that. Yeah. No, how you doing, T? It depends. I don't use it as much as I used to. I used to use it a mucho more. Doing it doggy style. How you doing? How's your day? What are you? What would you use it for normally versus what you don't like using it for? You just like to dig around in the airbrush and. Yeah, I used to be, like I used to drop my airbrush in the ultrasonic almost every session. Like when I was done using it, I'd drop it in there, let it fire off for a little bit, and just sit there. It doesn't need it that often. I'm probably more like a once a month. I do like a good tear down. It really depends how much I'm using it, right? Because if I'm doing some heavy airbrushing on a full army, okay, cool. At the end of the week, I run 6 colors. You know, if I run 6 colors through it and I'm using it 7 hours a day for a week, yeah, we're gonna have some boogers, and I'll throw it near the thing and make my life a little bit easier. But generally speaking, like how I'm on it right now, it's just like cool. Spray a shitload of water. Dental brush, toothbrush. Clean the tip, toothbrush. If there's stuff on there, like this tip here, we actually spoke about this earlier. I actually like these nail files, like the tip itself. Okay, cool. And then paper towel. There's no debris left on that. That's gonna spray as good as you can get. Next time you fire it through, squirt a little flow improver through there. Like I always start my sprays with flow improver, kind of like just spitting on it a little bit, slicking it up. Perfect. Yeah, different strokes for different folks. I mean, it's one of the things like how meticulous are you, kind of thing. Again, $30 airbrush. I probably pay a little bit less attention to this than I do the $300 airbrush. The thing that ever bricked your machine was a Vallejo. Yes, gross. Well, that's what we were just talking about. The Vallejo product. This stuff, like I just pulled some out of the top. Oops, sorry, wetback cam just went haywire. But you could probably, like this one probably has the same thing in the lid here too. Yeah, so like this gummy, like this shit will clog an airbrush in a heartbeat. It's probably worse if I pop the top. Yeah, so you can pop the top and, you know, imagine letting a little bit of this get into your airbrush and you don't get it all out. Like this thing will absolutely gum up and destroy an airbrush. At the same time, like even like this little bit that's on here, like keeping that scum out of here, like the next time you do use it, it's the ghetto way is take a piece of pantyhose and kind of create like a pantyhose condom on the inside of it, and it will keep like if you take a little piece of pantyhose on here, it acts as like a little inline filter. I've asked my wife, she doesn't wear any. We don't have any. I need to buy a set of pantyhose just to make my little ghetto strange. But I'm also like kind of done with these once I'm out of them. Cheap ass airbrush. 0.07. God, what a this is a 0.5. It's a fire hose or a 0.05, whatever. Yeah, that's a 5. This is whoo. I've never used a 7. I mean, are you painting whole bedrooms with that? Like, because when that deal's wide open at 35 psi, whoo, that 2-ounce cup, you can spray a 2-ounce cup in about 8 seconds. All right. So by now, our areas are probably nice and dry. This doesn't have isopropyl alcohol on it, so it's going to hopefully dry up and leave the white pigment super pretty quick. 20 minutes-ish. Going really heavy with it because I want to make sure the white pigment's just punched in where it needs to be. What's up, Chad Dad? He's coming along. We're about to start, I'm punching in a little bit of ink. Trying, we got to get those, you know how it goes. The, that was just for you. A minute, and I'll show you where we're at. We've been spending most of the last, say, 2 hours on the weapon bits, trying to get this OSL situation sorted. Because the Texas metric of the rubric that they want to do for all the shit paint. And TJ's Demon Army doesn't really have a good amount of OSL and stuff in it. Like, he gets gigged on the paint score, so we're like, okay, I'll figure out a way to put some in. I got absolutely swamped at work. No, you're good, dude. I figured. Well, I figured. When I called and you picked up, first thing I was like, oh, slow day at the office. And then when you never came around, I was like, either not interested or just whatever. So I was like, it's all right. You're out of there now. You're here. Get all this smeared, and I'll show you where we're at. Spent most of the first hour today working on his body herpes because they're fucking everywhere. I got 2 colors of body herpes, like basically like a green and a brighter green. Gloss coat these, but they're metallic. It'll be okay. Anyone got a copy of the new Texas Rubik Paint? No. TJ has it. DMD Holt, check it out when you use it. Yep. There was something else. Oh yeah, I had. Let me get this cleaned out. You're off for now. All right, we'll see you, Zan Lars. Thanks for hanging, brother. Have a good evening. Take care of yourself. Another 2 hours or so. We'll be fucking off in Discord if you're around. Be hanging, maybe doing a little game time. If you, like I said, if you're around, you want to.
No último sábado, durante sua apresentação no Hollywood Rock em São Paulo, ele usou uma bandeira brasileira que continha o símbolo do grupo.
Max Cavaleira foi preso após o show, mas negou ter pisado na bandeira nacional.
O delegado Carlos Negreiros, da 34ª Delegacia Policial de São Paulo, está investigando o caso.
This is where it's at right now. You're asking how he's going. Like I said, it's various stages of, like, there's some areas I'm like content to just leave it and call it done. And then you have like these crack areas. I want to try and make use of getting some glow job up in him because yeah. So yeah, Chad, you're asking how's it going. Basically, here we are. In general, feeling pretty good about it.
Década de 70. Da boca do povo, ouvia-se falar de personagens como
Popping Nurgle ready to blow out of them. Get some orange fluoro in here, some little green fluoro in there.
a menina do nariz de algodão e a perna cabeluda.
Right away. Base is representative of the four Nurgle gods. You got Slaanesh, Tzeentch. I went with pink for Khorne because the red's kind of a shit fluoro. And then obviously Nurgle with the bright ass green. Getting there. We're 5 hours in. That would put us at 17 hours worth of work into it. Roughly, because it was like basically 2 6 or 6.5 hour streams previously. So loose math, 17, 18 hours. I figured it was going to be close to a 20-hour project from the beginning, so I'm happy with it. I like the direction we're going. Things are, it's cool. Don't think I need these anymore. Say I don't need the ink. And then I'm looking at, like, this has this area here.
Out if you can't resist. Maybe you don't give a shit for the rest of us, but if you do, the time is now. If it ever was, if you're gonna fight, what you're gonna
Got a lot of these pieces here. I'm gonna go in with the. I got two purples, a purple and a pink, on his tentacles, just to add in more colors. Need to get a little sugar going here. Bit of a hurry up and wait game right now. Got all those tentacles. Right now. Actually, good time killer. Let me just get fresh paint water because we got Nurgle juice. Monster the Luke. Fine, don't hang out and talk to me, lurker. No, you're good. You do you, baby doll. Did you hit the magic 60 that I told you, though? Not sure what to do on these areas of this bell. I just leave it like that, maybe glaze the color over it. I'm in my head about it. I'm not entirely sure what to do. Even with this, like these pieces here, I feel like are not going to be the same as how I'm doing these tentacles. So You have breath for it. Walk up the stairs. Yeah, well, it's meant to be. I mean, it's literally the god of like decay and rust and rot. Like, yep. We're out this morning from the time I woke up at like 10:30 out until I came up here approximately noonish. Well, yeah, I started at noon, so they were out that hour and a half. And then I kicked all of them out for about 45 minutes. My desktop speakers just decided not to work anymore. Well, my computer crashed twice yesterday. So, it's due up, but like I said, I'm waiting for Cyber Monday to see how much I can save on that build. And if there's, I'm trying to keep it around 2K. If there's, come here so I'm not yelling at you. If there's, drops $300, I might upgrade a few pieces. Shit like that. Yeah, it's oh, I know, but you can still write it off. We need to dig into some numbers on that too. And I need put a little Born Fang and then some drab. That's good kind. There's a couple little straps where there's some bells. One color. Our fluoro sprays going. Need to pick colors. So these cracks we want to go with green. Orange back in here. And then we have a blue of some kind on the weapons. I'm not I don't necessarily know that I want to do the fluoro blue. There's this is kind of green. There's several blues that I can choose from in here. Talisar blue is a go-to usually. Prussian blue, not so much. I think I want to go process cyan, actually. It's not the choice usually to think of, but we'll, this is going to take a minute. This thing's been sitting for gobs of time. I don't know that I'm going to need back in there. Got some on here. And this also here. Get over the years. Gruesome. Close, kids, getting close. Obvious choice. This blue. I'm gonna back away from it. It's opaque, not transparent, so. Oh, fuck. All my inks just went in the trash. I'm missing one. Really got to be the fluoro, and even it's a semi-transparent. Do I have a transparent? Okay, so okay, we'll run with the transparent. That's what we want. Interesting. Again, one I have. Hot minute. Be your master. Master of Vader. Mr. T, did you get some geary? Well, you should Torchlight Infinite. Do it. I mean, it's basically a mobile game that you can play on computer. So, whatever potato you've got, it will run. This is a you're on your own with the RuneScape. TL, you have co-addictives to play with. I'm gonna knock everything down with a. Well, first I'm gonna make up. That blue didn't do what I wanted it to, so we're gonna try a little corrective action. I'm gonna make a thinner. Coat here in a little while. Need more shelves? Alright, it is a corroded blade of death, right? That's going to need to set for a little bit. Okay. We're on to the final push. Could have ran some ink in that, the green, but whatevs. There. Off of this temporary base. We gotta freshly summon Greater Unclean One. Toenails. Fucking toenails. Nobody said toenails. I need toenails. We're gonna do like a black to gray.
And we'll run like a rattling grime or something over top of it. Dude, I forgot the fucking toenails. My own toenails are painted. How did I forget the monster's toenails? And also some fingernails. Oh, that's right. That's the thing.
laying grime over top of that to make these feel nice and Joe dirty. Some more grime job. Oh, a Garrick sewer will work. That's I've used that. Oh. In a minute. The dogs are going batshit.
Is on contract delivery people. Unbelievable. She's in her driveway making like a 386 point turn. You can't back out of a driveway. Don't pull into one. Walk your ass down the driveway and delivery. Unbelievable. She was probably within a foot of hitting one of the vehicles. Yeah.
Hide the green back behind him. Okay. Of course. While I was trying to protect a vehicle from a moron. I question some of these people that have driver's licenses that have driving jobs. Like, clearly they don't have CDLs. Because if you can't back a car up a driveway, woo. Had I not gone out there and she did back into a car, would she come and say something? Or just gonna, oh, I'm just gonna pull away. Little Megadeth. We are wrap her up. Gonna shut her down, Earl. Haven't used any Kelly and Green. Great opportunity.
Watch him become a god. Watch people's heads roll.
Tea. Day is the next scheduled stream. Sorry, I'm like all like wet mouthing over here. We will be working on the scout kill team that I've got here for myself, which will end up on Etsy for sale. Unless I do have the cancer proteins project coming in. If I get permission. That's right. We went from Nurgle to cancer. It is what it is. I'm waiting on them to sit over the contract, so who knows. They want it done by Thanksgiving so they can get shipped to Vegas.
We'll see. I think this is a good time to break out a little naloxide.
Growed up in grossness. Give it a nice, hard, heavy clear coat. Magnet weapon options we'll throw up here on the my metal light bar piece here. There. Let that set. Let's see. Okie dokie pokies. We're going to clean up the airbrush. Mr. T, you got a raid job ready? I don't even know who's on. There's probably no one that I know this time of night. I don't know. Maybe, I think it's Hecaton on, or maybe, who's on? Marco Personi's on. Right into Marco. Never seen him on and been able to raid him. Everybody hanging? Thanks for the raid, or thanks for the chill. Oh, Hannah's workshop with the raid job earlier today. Everybody else? Tuesday. See you guys.